downtown. So he downtown. So he downtown. So he downtown. So he
Sorry for the delay, everybody. Our executive session ran over, so the board is slowly getting on now to the board meeting. So we'll begin momentarily.
Testing. Can you hear me, Sarah?
Yes, I can hear you, Lisa.
We have everyone?
I was missing Audrey. Is she on? Oh, there she is. Yes, we have everybody now.
All right.
So Education Committee, if you want to get started.
Order for today, Thursday, September 10th, 2020. An executive session was held prior to this meeting to discuss personnel and confidential matters. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to discuss numerous agenda items. I don't know if we want to list them all at the moment, and then forward these agenda items onto this month's regular board meeting on Thursday, September 24th for official approval. Mr. Parker, do you have any comments to share this month?
Yes, just a very quick comment to all of our students, our teachers, our family members, our community members, our daycare workers who now have kids all day, to all of the members of the Allentown family that have been involved in our back to school. Now that we're closing in on the end of our first week, I want to say thank you. We've had a phenomenal first few days of school, a few glitches here or there. I think phones went out one day, Wi-Fi went out another day, but we had the adults and the kids in this school district community that fought through it and ensured that we could have a dynamic start to our school year. So on behalf of the board, on behalf of the administration, I want to extend our thanks and congratulations to you all for making it through the first few days of school.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. I would like to echo those sentiments. I know technology is great when it works smoothly, and you all have risen to the occasion when it hasn't, so thank you. Sarah, or Madam President, I'm having a hard time toggling back and forth between attendees and participants. So I do know that at this time, if there's any public comment on agenda items, folks in attendance should raise their hand. So can you help me out in letting me know if we have anyone who would like to comment on agenda items?
Sure thing. If hands
Thank
go
you.
up. So if anybody would like to comment, now's the time to raise your hand and then I'll call your name. All right, Jennifer Kloss. You can state your name and record, or your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, hi guys. My name is Jen Kloss. Our address currently, and this is the whole problem here, is 1333 Pennsylvania Street in Whitehall. And thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I will make this quick. I think most of you are aware of the situation with our son. We have an 11th grader. He's at Allen. And we literally moved 50 feet out of the district in July, but not before consulting the principal of the high school. He assured us it would not be a problem for our son to continue at Allen. We put a lot of faith in him. We took him at his word. And just 2 weeks ago, unfortunately, we found out that this was said to us in error. And our son cannot stay in the district without us paying a large fee, which just really isn't feasible. We would not have moved. There was no rush to move. We wouldn't have moved till he graduated had we known this was going to be the outcome. And our son is our third child to go through the school district. He loves Allen. He's a very involved student. Academically, he's top of his class, number 16 out of 600 of them. He's never once been in trouble. He's a really good kid. We've been very involved parents, being that we've had kids in the district for 17 years. I'm just imploring you guys as board members to please consider the hardships of 2020 has brought on, especially for active teens whose lives were, like Thomas's, turned upside down by all these changes. He's been very anxious and stressed by all the possibilities of moving to a new school. We hate that he has to be feeling like this. We feel like it would be a hardship for him emotionally to start over in a new school and have to make new friends. We feel like the 11th and 12th grade years, they're so important. And staying in the district would continue to give him some much needed stability and normalcy during all this craziness. So I just wanted to thank you so much for your time and consideration. And I wanted to speak with you in quote unquote person. I know you've received the emails, but so that's about it. I just wanted to let you know where we stood as a family and where Thomas is standing, and hope that you, you know, are able to make an exception to the school policy on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. The next person is Jackie Anderson.
Hi,
Hi, Jackie. If you can state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
okay. My name is Jackie Anderson. My address is 225 East Lexington, Allentown, PA, 18103. I'm a new parent, and my son is a new child in the school district. And I'm just kind of lost because there's so many things. I'm kind of a face-to-face person, and there's so many things that I don't know how to navigate through the system and to ask questions, you know, because there's so many things that I want to ask. There's so many things that I want to know because I am a hands-on parent in school, and I don't know. I'm calling numbers. Every number that I see, I'm calling because I want to know what is going on, where, you know, he's just starting high school, and I don't know. I'm just kind of lost. I don't know, you know, so I need help.
Just so you
Thank
know,
you.
if you're having issues, the best place to submit something is on the Let's Talk on the website. That's where we recommend everybody to send any issues, concerns, questions through the Let's Talk app, because it'll be directed to somebody within administration who can directly answer your question.
Okay.
And that's on our website. If you go to the Allentown School District website, it's right on the main page for where you can submit questions or concerns.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
All right. Thank you.
you're welcome.
But I also want to be a part of the committee on what's going on.
Put that in the Let's Talk
Yep.
message.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Jessica Ortiz.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, please state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
Jessica Ortiz, 523 Clemens Street, Allentown, PA 18102. Today I'm calling not as just a constituent or an Allentown resident, but as the executive director of the Ortiz Art Foundation. I just want to give a little feedback. This week or last week we gave out desks on behalf of our foundation to Allentown School District students only. One of the feedbacks that we got was how vital and how different the change was with just having these desks in their home. A few of the parents had bought mats for their kids to sit on the floor, or trying to buy TV trays, which are quite pricey. We have another desk giveaway on Friday, but as a leader of the community and as a former parent of a student of ASD, having a workspace, a safe and comfortable workspace, even as a person, I have my own office, and sitting somewhere where you can work and concentrate is very vital. That's the feedback that we're getting from parents. And I just really wanted to share that this evening with the Allentown School District. Whatever the school district can do, whatever we can do to make these students more comfortable in their homes, that's, I think, it should be another focus. We got them the tools they need, the laptops, and we got the Wi-Fi. Now, where are they using them at? Do they have somewhere to sit and focus on? And how can we create those environments? The Ortiz Arc has dedicated their time, and we're here to help in whatever way we can. But if the school district could help us out, we greatly appreciate that as well.
Thank you, Jessica. And there are no other hands raised at this time, so you can continue, Ms. Wilk.
Thank you, Madam President. The first 2 agenda items listed are actually items that were tabled. So I just wanted to ask our solicitor, I think it's Mr. Taylor this evening. Is it okay for us to make a motion to untable them now to discuss them, or is that something that we should consider doing in old business?
You can untable now.
Okay. Ms. Harris, you and I, this was something that came to us in co-chairs. Mr. Taylor, am I allowed to make that motion to untable even though I'm sharing the meeting?
Yeah, yes, you can.
Okay, then I'd like to make a motion to untable, and I would assume you want me to do them one at a time, correct? As we do it, then discuss, and then again and discuss, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to untable the agenda item that addresses the Millersville University student nurse programming.
I'll second that motion.
Okay,
Audrey.
thank you. So first by Nancy Wilt, second by Audrey Matheson. All in favor to untable?
Aye.
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 I guess I should have asked for discussion first. I'm sorry, I might have gone out of order there.
No, not on a tabling. You can't discuss.
Okay.
You're good.
Okay, great. Thank you. So then I would like to actually thank you, everyone. Seeing that the ayes have it, I'd like to kick it over to Dr. Brown and Ms. Pollock for further discussion regarding this agenda item.
Great. Thank you, Mrs. Will. Here tonight, we have Ms. Pollock presenting on our Millersville University Student Nurses Partnership. While she transitions to her PowerPoint screen, we'll just make a brief statement that this is a presentation on how this partnership will help not only our students, but also give our staff an opportunity to advance and build their capacities in their field as well. So Ms. Pollock, if you are ready to begin your presentation. I'm not sure if, are you muted?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So this partnership with ASD and Millersville University, sorry, my computer is, aligns with our strategic goal area 1, where we cultivate a culture in which students feel safe, valued, and nurtured. So through this partnership, we can really build our capacity of our current nursing staff by providing them with the opportunity to gain clinical experience while earning their certification as a certified school nurse. So as part of the PA school nursing requirements, a school nurse must meet 3 basic requirements to practice in Pennsylvania. The first requirement is that they need to have earned a Bachelor of Nursing degree, which is a BSN at a college or university approved by PDE, be a registered nurse, which is an RN, and be certified as a school nurse by PDE, which is a CSN. So non-certified school nurses, which are those that have their BSN, which again is that Bachelor of Nursing, and or an RN, which is a registered nurse, or is an LPN, which is a licensed practical nurse, they would need to work under the supervision of a certified school nurse. So any of those nurse certificates or licenses that I just mentioned, any of our nurses that have that would not be able to be assigned a caseload. And the caseload for a nurse is 1,500 students, and they would not be able to work independently of a certified school nurse, which means they help to supervise their caseload at their building. So within ASD, we have 28 ASD health room nurses. So 68% of our nurses, that's 19, have their certified school nursing certificate. We have 11% that are registered nurses, and they have their Bachelor of Arts or Bachelor of Science. We have 7%, which is the 2 registered nurses. We have 11% of our nurses are LPNs, and then we just have 1 unfilled position. That just kind of gives you an overview of the nurses that we have currently. So right now, 3 of our nurses would be able to participate in this program and earn their certified school nursing certificate. It would benefit ASD by allowing our nurses who have that registered nurse license and a conferred baccalaureate degree to have the opportunity to gain a degree as a certified school nurse within about 1 to 1.5 years at Millersville. And they would need to do that 100 hours of clinical at the same time that they're working in the health room. Do you have any questions?
I see, Ms. Johnson Watts, I see your hand is up.
Yes, I am curious if we know what the past experience has been with Millersville, and if not with the district, any references?
We do not have a prior partnership with Millersville, no. And they didn't give me a number, but said that they have partnerships with districts across the state. I can find that out for you specifically.
Yeah, and I think I kind of mentioned this when we tabled it, that I when it comes to that type of care, I'm just curious what other districts' experience has been with them. I call me paranoid, but I would be curious to know what other districts' experience has been with this scenario.
Okay. This would allow our current nurses to be attaining their master's degree to be a certified school nurse.
Okay, I guess I'll have to be a little more specific.
Okay.
I don't know their reputation for how they have had their students interact with students. And I would like to know more about the different districts' experience with these individuals that are learning and how their interaction has been with interacting with students. I know we've had some wonderful internships with guidance counselors and so on. I'm just curious to know what Millersville's reputation is.
Okay. I'll get that information for you.
If I may, and Ms. Phoebe, correct me if I go astray here, but I think when we discussed this in our education co-chairs, I had that same concern you did, Cheryl, because that's part of why it was tabled at the last meeting. And if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Pollock and Dr. Brown, it's not that we'll have students from Millersville in our buildings. It's just that Millersville will provide the educational opportunity to our current existing nurses so that they can get to the level of certification that they need to be certified school nurses. Is that correct?
Got it. Okay.
Correct.
So it's the people who are already employed by the district.
Correct. Our current nurses.
Professional development.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. That, for some reason, it sounded like an internship and they were, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That's how it sounded to us too. And that's why we asked those questions, and no, it is professional. We should have put professional development because that's what it really is.
Yep. Does anyone else have any other questions? Madam President, do you see any further hands up? I don't, but again, I'm having issues with my computer mouse here, so.
No, Audrey had hers up, but she put it down. So I think
my comment was, Nancy made what I was going to say.
Okay, wonderful. Then that's it.
Okay. Any further discussion on this agenda item? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve this item? The Millersville University Student Nurse Program, agenda item number 5, to motion to move it forward to the regular board meeting this month. Mr. Beal, do I have a second? Ms. Matheson, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. Thank you very much, everyone. Moving on to the next agenda item, Valley Health Partnership Community Health Center. This was also an item that was tabled at the last board meeting. I'd like to make a motion to take it off the table so that we can have some further discussion. Is there a second to that?
I'll make the second.
Thank you, Ms. Brace. All in favor to untable this agenda item for further discussion?
Aye.
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 And I would like to thank you very much, everyone. I'd like to again give the floor to Dr. Brown and Ms. Pollock.
Great. Again, we're here bringing another partnership to support our students with securing different access to healthcare and other physical and wellness supports. This is a clinic that has existed previously in Sheridan. However, I'll let Ms. Pollock explain the nuances or the changes that have come under this new revised partnership. Ms. Pollock? You're muted.
I think I'm here. I will share my screen. That's still up, so.
Yep, we can see your screen. The memo's there. Okay.
Yeah, that one wasn't mine. Can you see the presentation? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So this MOU with Valley Health Partners Community Health Center mirrors the previous MOU that we had with Lehigh Valley Health Network for the Sheridan Clinic, as Dr. Brown just mentioned. So this partnership will continue to provide the same school-based health services as previously offered. So a little over a year ago, Lehigh Valley Health Network began transitioning their key community clinics to Valley Health Partners, which includes Lehigh Valley Health Network's Children's Clinic and the Sheridan Clinic. So the providers and the staff members will continue to be employed by and have a close partnership and alignment with Lehigh Valley Health Network. So it's under the umbrella of Lehigh Valley Health Network, but they're better able to serve the community. So this partnership aligns with our strategic framework area 1 to cultivate a culture in which students feel safe, valued, and nurtured. And the goal is that every ASD student is learning in a safe and healthy environment. So this will allow ASD to increase our wraparound services and integrated school-based physical and emotional health care for our students in collaboration with Lehigh Valley Health Partners at the Sheridan Clinic, in addition to a partnership that we are working on with Lehigh Valley Health Network and Kids Peace under Magellan for behavioral health services. With Kids Peace, it's at Ramos and Harrison Wharton Middle School, and then at Washington and Roosevelt under Lehigh Valley Health Network. So this slide shows our current Sheridan demographics. So Sheridan has a total enrollment of about 600 students, with 97.8% of those students being economically disadvantaged. 20% is our L population, 12.2% is our special ed population, and 3% of Sheridan students are experiencing homelessness. So in 2017-18, the Sheridan Clinic serviced about 117 students, and during that year, they were open for about 6 months. And in 2018-19 school year, they served 502 students. The Sheridan Clinic was not open last year, but we did have 2 immunization clinics where we were able to provide immunizations for 221 students. So Valley Health Partners at the Sheridan Clinic we're hoping to open in October. It will be available to all ASD students on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so 2 days a week, with the goal of opening 5 days a week after the first few months. There will be a doctor or a nurse practitioner on site, and families can schedule sick visits and well visits and point of care testing. So in addition, in order to keep kids in school, families will be able to schedule an appointment for 6 students at Sheridan to come to the health room or to the clinic while they're at school, which will definitely be a benefit. They will work with access services at Lehigh Valley Health Network to schedule our ASD appointments. And I know there was a question about how they would know. So they would be able to tell based on the zip code whether or not they're Allentown students, and we'll be asking directly if they are ASD students and rerouting and scheduling them at the clinic at Sheridan. They can schedule up to 20 appointments a day, so 10 in the AM and 10 in the PM. In addition, we'll be able to offer immunization clinics to help our families to get caught up on the immunizations that they're missing, and they can do ADHD referrals. Tonight we have Veronica Gonzalez here with us, who is the Executive Director of Valley Health Partners, and also Lisa Liddington from the 17th Street campus, and Dr. Brown, who's the Medical Director for the Children's Clinic, which also encompasses the Sheridan Clinic, to be able to help to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Pollack. Does the board have any questions?
Ms. Johnson-Watts, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say this is really exciting. I'm happy to hear that we're going to be able to offer health care, because at this time, you're talking October, so our children will not be back in the buildings yet. So they'll still be able to come for the health care, correct?
Correct.
That's wonderful. That's really great.
Any other questions?
I don't see any other hands up.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, then may I have a motion to approve item number 6, Valley Health Partnership, Partner Community
I'll
Health
make a
Center.
motion.
Ms.
A
Conover?
second.
Second by Cheryl Johnson-Watts. All in, is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? The motion carries to move forward to the regular board meeting in 2 weeks. Thank you, everyone. Next up on our agenda is Zoom licenses. This is also an action item. This does not need to be untabled, so I will just kick it right back over to Dr. Brown and Ms. Saylor.
Great, thank you. This evening, we're here requesting the board's approval to move the purchase of Zoom licenses forward to the regular board meeting at the end of the month. As you are aware, our district is currently participating in a 3-month Zoom trial educator package that allows all of our instructional staff to not only have their own Zoom account, but to have an account with the functionalities that are listed before you here in the board memo. It allows our teachers to host a maximum of 300 participants, meeting durations that last as long or as short as we need them to be. So this supports our regular classroom instruction, as well as our supplemental breakout rooms for small group instruction. There's designated phone support. I mentioned the breakout rooms. There's polling. There's also a functionality of simultaneous translation that we're looking forward to scaling up our professional development and enhancing our instructional delivery and potentially small group instruction as well. The licenses that we are looking to purchase for a year's length of time is approximately $2,000. The cost, as you can see here, is $42,000. And I guess at this point, now that I see that it is coming from the IT budget, I would also like to offer Ms. Saylor an opportunity to weigh in on anything that I may have missed.
Dr. Brown, I think you covered it all.
Great, thank you. So we have the features there, we've listed the cost, and again, we are requesting that this move forward to the regular scheduled voting meeting at the end of the month. And if there are any questions, I can take them at this time.
Sarah, unless I'm mistaken, I don't see any hands raised.
Nope, I don't see any either.
Okay, then may I have a motion to
Make a
approve?
motion.
Ms.
I'm sorry.
Conover,
Ms. Conover makes a motion to approve.
may I have a second?
I second the motion.
Ms. Phoebe Harris? Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries to move agenda item number 7, Zoom licensing, to the general boarding meeting in 2 weeks. Thank you, everyone. The next item on our agenda is a discussion item regarding the Rob Mascot. I will send it back over to Dr. Brown and Mr. Sang.
Thank you again. Again, this evening, what we have here is an update on a process and the potential outcome that we're looking for one of our middle schools. I won't take up too much time. I'll hand it over to Mr. Sang, but I'll leave you with saying that this is another example of our district working at multiple levels to ensure that we have holistic environments where our students and families feel welcomed and valued. So it's imperative that we have mascots that are culturally sensitive and are welcoming and not providing any sort of negative appearance for any of our members of our community. So Mr. Sang, could you jump in and update our board?
Yes, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I do want to emphasize the great points that you made about this being something to help all of our students feel valued, nurtured, and really reflect the cultural sensitivity and inclusivity of the Allentown School District. So there are recommended next steps there. As this being a discussion item, the next steps would be removing the current mascot from correspondences that include our website, our social media, letterhead, etc. And then I'll be working very closely with our new principal over there, Mr. Delgado, for him to have an inclusive process to identify a new mascot. While this certainly is coming out of necessity, we are excited for the opportunity for Mr. Delgado to engage with the community, to hold, school-wide opportunities to take suggestions for the new mascot, to have the school community and the student bodies input in narrowing the choices down to a group of finalists with board input as well. And then possibly even extending that into, once the final mascot is chosen, possibly have some additional opportunities for community engagement as far as a mascot name or maybe a mascot artistic depiction contests for students to be engaged in. The timeline has us coming back to the board meeting or coming back to the board in November to recommend the new mascot.
Thank you, Mr. Sang. Are there any questions for Mr. Sang or Dr. Brown from the board?
I don't see any hands up.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll move on to discussion item number 9, the Donovan Group. Dr. Brown, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Tonight we are requesting approval to move forward a contract with the Donovan Group, a communications local agency. The Donovan Group approached the district at the height of the COVID long-term closure, offering pro bono support with crisis communications from a period, I guess, beginning in perhaps April or May up into this very moment. They have been supporting the district and augmenting our communications department with translation support, graphic design and layout, robust social media campaigns and messaging development, crisis messaging development, a host of services, website enhancement and design and layout. They've really jumped in and sort of been our right and left arms on communication to date. And so what we have done is conducted sort of a regional search to review and examine what other vendors could be out there potentially. And so we've looked at 3 proposals, and the Donovan Group's proposal here is the most robust and comprehensive. I guess is there I don't see the board memo here. So the cost of the services is $42,000. I'll speak without it. The cost of the services is $42,000 annually, which comes out to somewhere between $4,000 to $5,000 a month, and it includes all of the services that I just mentioned. We do have Mr. Liam Godric on the line, I believe, and he's available as well as myself to respond to any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Any questions from the board?
Ms. Johnson Watts?
I would love to hear about your company from you, Mr. Goldrick. Give you an opportunity to speak about yourself.
Sure, Ms. Johnson Watts, be happy to. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. Yeah, my name is Liam Goldrick. I'm a resident of Philadelphia, and the Donovan Group is a national communications firm that serves school districts and educational institutions solely. So we have a real deep commitment to public education. We're extremely good at what we do. We bring a team in terms of our engagement with any district. So unlike some communications firms, which tend to be one-person shops, where a district is really solely reliant upon whatever individual talents that person brings to the job, we have a broad team of people that we bring together. As the local representative in Philadelphia, I would be the point of contact, as I have been over the last several months with Dr. Brown and her team in the Allentown School District. But I would bring together a whole number of my partners to help accomplish various tasks, again, as we've done, including video, graphic design, content development, pretty much the whole panoply of services. And, as indicated in our proposal as well, we'd really be eager to help the district engage in a long-term communications audit and planning process as well, to really help kind of grease the skids and help the district do a job of engaging its entire school community and reporting out the good things that are happening in Allentown schools, as well as addressing the challenges like COVID-19 that we're all facing today.
Is it possible, Dr. Brown, to share with us some of the work that they did do pro bono to let us know this was them, or?
Sure. If you look at our virtual campus website page, they helped script and design that. The quick fact sheet, I don't know if Melissa is on, if she can pull up some of those things while we're talking. The postcards that were sent to our families, reminding them to register for the virtual campus. The postcards that were sent out to our families as direct mailers, welcoming them to our virtual campus. Translation of a number of documents that I can't even recall, but they've done anything that not anything, because we use internal services, but it's a bit more standardized when we have a communications team supporting with translation as things are in design development. So the quick fact sheet, the website, the virtual campus, parent university, kind of cleaned up the layout and design. So you'll see that it's much more intuitive and user-friendly and flows with the navigation of the hyperlinks down the left-hand side, and then the thumbnails across the center of the page. What else? I believe they've supported student services with a few items. Crisis management for individual crises that we've had internally, preparing media messages, media advisories, developed the social media campaign for our quick facts and our virtual campus piece.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any other hands up.
Grace. Then, seeing no other questions, I'd like to have, may I have, is what I'm trying to say, may I have a motion to approve this item as an action item to be moved to the board meeting at the end of this month for the Donovan Group.
So moved.
Mr. Thiel, second.
Second.
Ms. Matheson. Any discussion? Sorry, my phone's ringing. I took it off the line. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Were you an aye, Cheryl?
Yes, aye.
Okay, I'm sorry, I jumped the gun. I wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you very much. Seeing as the ayes have it, this agenda item is moved forward to our full board meeting in 2 weeks. Thank you, everyone. The next item is also an action item. It's regarding L-Tri-C, dual enrollment, early education or early college. And again, I turn the floor over to Dr. Brown.
Thank you, Mrs. Will. I will immediately hand it off to Ms. Sawyer and Mr. Sang. These are annual contracts that come before the board each year. Ms. Sawyer?
Good evening, everybody. I come to you tonight requesting the board's approval to consider the dual enrollment and early college agreement between Lehigh Carbon Community College and the Allentown School District for the 2020-2021 school year. The agreement articulates the relationship between ASD and L-Tri-C course offerings, containing the terms of the agreement, the eligibility for the students, the courses that are offered, their credit, any promotional materials that are used to obtain the students in the program. But the dual enrollment and early college agreements are in alignment with the district's vision and mission that each and every student will graduate college and career ready by having their individual needs met through active engagement in a rigorous, safe, and nurturing learning environment. In addition, this work aligns with the strategic framework Critical Area 2, centering the district's work on personalized learning and instruction, and Critical Area 3, collaborating meaningfully and deeply with families and communities in establishing partnerships with higher education facilities. I'd like to ask Mr. Will Sang to speak a little bit as well about the new early college endeavor as well.
Good evening again, everyone. In partnership with L-Tri-C, ASD is extending their early college programming to include a middle school cohort. We do have students taking an entry-level College History 123 course during the fall semester. It will be taught by an L-Tri-C professor. The students will be supported by the L-Tri-C professor, as well as their homeschool social studies teacher, guidance counselor, and other school support staff as applicable. We are really excited to extend this opportunity to our middle school cohort, who will be taking and receiving credit for a college course while they're simultaneously enrolled in 8th grade in the Allentown School District.
So students, how will this affect students? Students successfully completing dual enrollment courses or the early college program have an unprecedented opportunity to experience college level coursework and access their college readiness while simultaneously earning potentially transferable college credits, reducing the cost of further education. The cost of which includes textbooks and tutoring is free to all our ASD students. The source of funds come from several different places. Supporting dual enrollment is approximately about $133,000 in the secondary budget, and funding for early college is Century Fund and Title IV. There is no match required, and it is accounted for in the current budget. Any questions?
Thing. Any questions from the board?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Harris.
Okay. So what you're stating now is that this new part of it is that the 8th graders are going to actually take a history course that will go towards their college credit.
That's correct.
Now, I have a question. Is there any other public school offering this in Lehigh County?
Not that I'm aware of, and this is the first time L-Tri-C is ever doing it.
So again, we are being the head, not the tail, and we are going to springboard our children to something else, to a better Allentown school district. All right, I'm happy. Thank you.
Harris, anyone else have any questions or comments?
I don't see any other hands up.
Thank you, Ms. Brace. Seeing how this is an action item, I would ask for a motion to move this agenda item forward to our regular board meeting in 2 weeks.
I make a motion.
Second.
Ms. Conover and Ms. Harris to second. Any discussion? Seeing none or hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. We'll move this forward to the regular board meeting in 2 weeks. Thanks, everyone. Next agenda item is for discussion only and relates to Building 21. And according to my notes, I'm handing this over to the Building 21 network.
Yes, there's been an adjustment in the lead on this discussion this evening. Building 21 network leadership will not be joining us. Instead, myself and Ms. Sawyer will provide the board with an update to one of the stipulations that was a part of the renewal agreement for Building 21 last academic year. And that particular stipulation set forth a provision that Building 21 would align their curriculum with PA core standards. And so this evening we'll be updating the board and the community on how that work that's being done by the Building 21 network supports our curriculum audit recommendations and begins to move Building 21 closer to the ASD handprint, if you will, or footprint as we begin to work on our alignment within the district. And so we'll move through this first slide that introduces our presentation. And I've spoken to our theory of action and our strategic framework and how this work is really bringing Building 21 closer to the fold. Our curriculum audit, just as a reminder for our board and our community, was a pretty intensive audit that resulted in 19 recommendations in 7 core areas where we were critiqued along 5 different, I'm sorry, is that 5? Yeah, 5 different standards. This particular curriculum work falls within that standard 2 area. And I'll hand it over to Ms. Sawyer so that she can give you a more granular discussion on how we are working to align the Building 21 network model with our internal ASD curricular direction and goals.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Again, so with Building 21, they've done a lot of work to align with the curriculum audit recommendations. So we're going to start with recommendation 3 in school improvement and just highlight some of the things that they are working on or have done in the process to address some of these recommendations. So here, Building 21 has documented a written process and plan for their curriculum design. They've committed to biweekly meetings to ensure that there's proper communication and a consistent decision-making process. In their design process, it was developed to address specific goals that are identified in the Building 21 school improvement plan. All their students are rated on performance tasks, and that data is very closely monitored. And the data is used in real time to inform instruction by providing experiences that scaffold up to grade level material and providing additional opportunities for students. In recommendation 4, in instructional design, delivery, and monitoring and evaluation, Building 21's process is managed by a team of the Building 21 network representatives, outside content experts, school leaders, and select teachers. Every single one of their studios is designed to go through a very rigorous vetting process that includes multiple rounds of feedback, reviewing content, competencies, Pennsylvania core standards, as well as implementation checks and feedback from teachers and students. The performance assessments designed and developed they're designed and developed using a backward design process from the standards into where they're going. directly aligning again with another one of our pillars, the Allentown School District Instructional Framework, where we're engaging standards aligned instruction in rigorous curriculum, personalized learning, responsive, differentiated, and a rigorous nurturing environment, and a collaborative instructional planning process. So here's just an example of the instructional alignment. Some of the things, I know it's a little small, but it's a studio that they've done aligning with PA core standards and their specific topics. So you can see the alignment that they've done, aligning all of their studios to PA core standards and the Allentown pacing guides as well. Curriculum design studios are done in core academic subjects to ensure quality, aligning the content across all 4 years. So they start in ninth grade and work their way up every year, aligning the content and moving along the process until they're in 12th grade. And it also frees up teacher time for implementation in those studios. Their improvement process in their design is how they go through the studios, where they provide feedback and reflections to teachers, the norming of student work, and then the intentional PD that's worked into their program as well. The school improvement plan is also worked into their design process, so they always keep that at the forefront of their design and their thought process as well. Recommendation 5 is the prioritization of equity. Here you can see that their curriculum and improvement process places a strong emphasis on monitoring of student groups, as described in the TSI school improvement process. Their performance-based assessments are designed within the process, and student outcomes are aligned to those competencies and standards. And their content is selected and vetted to represent diverse perspectives, improve student engagement through culturally relevant resources, and expose students to rigorous content at the same time. Recommendation 6 is their assessment and feedback alignment. And here I already talked about performance-based assessments being designed and aligned as well. They have multiple rounds of feedback and revision that are built into their studio design process. Their student progress and monitoring dashboards have been designed to analyze student data in real time, and it also enables them to inform interventions at the student level for school improvement. So another progress monitoring, their monitoring of their implementation involves their norming of student work, their collaborative teacher reflection, and their monitoring of student progress biweekly, monthly, and quarterly, which is aligned to their school improvement plan, where they're monitoring their student groups. And then they also have capacity building built into their process, where they have teacher coaching and professional development built into the plan, school leader coaching, and ASD collaboration with their biweekly check-ins and the coherence across ASD and the Building 21 network. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Sawyer. I don't see any. Ms. Brace?
Ms. Johnson-Watts, your hand is up. Yep.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for the page numbering, because I do have a question on page 9.
Okay.
If you can.
Oh, do you want me to put it back up? Hold on.
Yeah, it was.
I have to go back to share.
So I'm wondering if in one of the updates down the road, that third bullet, content is selected and vetted to represent diverse perspectives, improve student engagement through culturally relevant resources, and expose students to rigorous content. If there can be some type of presentation on something that the students feel reflected that, it would be wonderful to see that. It might not be till spring, but I think it would be a wonderful opportunity for us to see the type of impact that this planning has had.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Watts. Anyone else have any questions or comments?
I don't see any other hands up.
Thank you. As this was a discussion item, we'll move on to the next, which is a charter school discussion, and I will kick that over to Mr. Parker.
Thank you, Ms. Wilk. It's always strange when I do the presentation myself. I have to read the memo. The administration requests permission to engage Allison Peterson of Levin Legal Group to provide additional legal services to support the review of schools chartered by the Allentown School District. The Administration and Education Committee will consult with the specified attorney on an as-needed basis to investigate and address charter school issues to ensure compliance with local, state, and federal laws and the approved schools charter. Ms. Peters will work with the district's current legal team to review and advise the district in charter school legal matters, how it affects students. The district has a responsibility to investigate and address all concerns, and this proposal will allow the administration and the education committee to engage expert legal advice in supporting the interests of the ASD district board and students. The Allentown School District invests nearly $60 million a year in tuition to support charter school students. How much it costs, the total cost will be determined upon the need for services. The rate for Attorney Peterson is $200 an hour. We added in, by comparison, our current legal services to give you a sense of the comparative rate. As you see, it kind of falls in between the consulting and negotiation services of our current legal counsel. Source of funds or general fund, is it accounted for in the current budget? Yes, the district has a fiduciary responsibility to manage the outcomes of the schools that are identified and chartered by the Allentown School District. So there will be some engagement of legal services to address and advise the district administration and board. And we are requesting to engage Allison Peterson of Levin Legal Group in order to do that work. Attached to the memorandum, you will see the engagement letter from Attorney Peterson that speaks to some of the work that will be engaged under this agreement. I'll open for questions.
Does the board have any questions?
I don't see any hands up.
Thank you, Ms. Brace. Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to move this agenda item forward to our regular board meeting in 2 weeks.
So moved.
Mr. Thiel, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mrs. Brace?
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
discussion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Any opposed? Okay, this agenda item moves forward to the regular board meeting in 2 weeks. Thank you very much. Our next agenda item is also an action item regarding Allegra printing. So I will turn it over to Dr. Brown and Ms. Bryant.
Ms. Bryant?
Yes. Thank you. Good evening. Tonight, we request the board's approval to approve the use of Allegra printing service to provide copies to K-5 elementary students to enhance engagement in the Accelerate program. The Accelerate online learning program for K-5 offers students PDF sheets to provide offline skills practice and reinforcement in the standards and skills covered in the program. Allegra Printing will print and create workbooks of these PDF sheets to be distributed to our students. Providing these pre-printed materials ensures all elementary students will have equitable access to offline learning activities to reinforce grade level standards and skills development. Equitable access is an ASD core value as described in the ASD strategic framework. The cost of these materials is $150,000 or $150,017.46. The source of funds is Title IV, and we'd like to recommend this item be considered as an action item at the board meeting on September 24th. Are there any questions?
Ms. Johnson-Watts?
Only asking because it isn't spelled out in the what is it section. When you say online learning program for K through 5 offers students PDF, then I take that to mean that we have permission and license to make these copies.
Yes, we do. And we also have it in writing that we can make available to the board and any other entity that needs that confirmed.
Okay, I just noticed it wasn't used in the phrasing. That's why I asked. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I have a question. Are these the PDFs, as I've been in Accelerate, are these the sheets while they're going through the lessons, all of a sudden it'll say, click here for an activity, and then a PDF pops up? Is that what these sheets are, or are they something different?
No, these are the sheets, and this is a move to make it so that we can provide these copies to students who wouldn't necessarily be able to do that. So we've engaged students online, but we can also provide offline activities. And should there be any technical hiccups in the future, we'll be able through these materials to also make sure kids can remain engaged on a daily basis should they have any internet issues or any other technical difficulties. So it provides some offline skills practice. It allows kids getting pencils in hands, which is a skill we don't want kids to lose, working through, and provides a lot of the structure that they would get in a typical classroom if we were in brick and mortar.
Okay, then I guess my next question on that is, if we're not, so I'm reading this, and it says the time frame is an 18 business day schedule. Delivery staggered with books starting on the 13th day, finishing on the last business day. So if we're not approving this until September 24th, and they're going to not start printing them for the 18 business days, and they're going to be delivered by the last business day of October, which is the 30th, our kids are already going to be that many weeks in. Like, I know my son already had 2 worksheets that we didn't, he was at childcare, so we couldn't print them to do them, and his teacher said it was fine. But I guess these are essential because the worksheets are essential for the kids to have the pen and the paper. I guess my concern is, what's the point of doing this to have them done by the end of October when there's the potential of us going back to school 2 weeks later? Is it worthwhile for us as a board to hold a special meeting as soon as we can legally hold one so that we can approve this faster and get these books in the kids' hands faster?
So I'll jump in there. I believe that if it is a support, we can make contact with the organization and have them kind of start the printing process pending board approval. If there's a significant pushback, then we can make contact in the morning. If there's significant pushback, then we can absolutely circle back and seek to schedule a meeting on a more timely basis.
Okay.
But most of the vendors that work with the district, operate in a level of good faith if they believe that we're supportive of whatever the concept is we're moving forward.
Okay, and I'm only asking because we discussed that these workbooks would be printed at the whatever meeting when we approved Accelerate. We discussed the workbooks would be printed, and I know it's an additional fee, so we technically have to approve it. But I feel like when we approved the Accelerate program and talked about the books being printed, we kind of were approving. So I was a little surprised to see that this was not done yet. I was expecting when I picked up my bag of supplies for my son that it would have his workbooks in it already. So
Yeah, that was the goal, but we wanted to make sure we dotted all I's, crossed all T's from a procurement standpoint. But we can circle back and then have some information back to the board tomorrow, more in terms of what the timeline would be.
okay, I just think it's essential for these kids to get these sooner rather than later, because they're going to be way ahead in their classes, and to try and go back and do the work is going to be really confusing for them. That's all. Yep. So I would say, as a board member, to my fellow board members, if you are super opposed to this, please speak now, because if not, I would like to say that administration could go ahead and do a good faith starting with us actually approving it at the end of the month.
Okay, Sarah, are you stating that they should start now? With a good faith going, saying that we should go ahead and do it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If there's board members who are super opposed to us spending money to print these materials for the kids, but the couple sheets that I've seen seem great, and the kids will hold a pencil in their hand and not just be typing on a computer, which I can tell you takes them 5 minutes to write one word. So letting them write with a pencil is super essential for our K-5 kids.
By any means necessary. I'm with you.
Okay. I don't miss. Oh, I was gonna say, Ms. Wild, I don't see any other hands up right now.
Thank you. I was just about to say, is there any other discussion on this? And seeing none, may I have a motion to approve this agenda item to be moved forward either to the regular board meeting, or should so be it a special board meeting in the near future?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
Mrs. Brace with motion and Mrs. Harris with the second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I'm sorry?
No opposes. I was late saying aye.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Conover. The ayes have it. This agenda item moves forward to future discussion at the regular board meeting. Thank you. And that brings us to, if I am not mistaken, the last official agenda item for the Education Committee, the discussion only regarding virtual campus update. Dr. Brown and the academic team.
Yes. Thanks again. Just as we've done in our past meetings, since we've been in this re-entry or revised or modified re-entry post-COVID or during COVID, we've been updating the board on where we are and all of the features, enhancements, supports, and resources that we are developing and pushing out to all of our stakeholder groups. And so if I may have the ability to share my screen, we're prepared to present our current update for this month's committee meeting. We will give an overview like we've done, and then we'll highlight 2 programs for you this evening that we are supporting through the virtual campus. One being LCTI and the other being our ESOL program for our English learners. So do I have the ability to share my screen? Let's see here.
Dr. Brown, if you want me to share mine, I can share mine since mine's in the middle.
That would be awesome. Thank you, Brandy.
And I'm gonna go from the beginning. There you go.
Perfect. If we could advance the slide. So this is our September 10th update. We'll cover our community COVID update, a few first day of school statistics and data points, our building and family support processes that are being developed by our program and department executive directors and directors, a few updates to our parent university, and as I mentioned earlier, a highlight on our LCTI and ESOL programming. On the next slide, you'll see, just as we have shared in the past, sort of talking about the state of the community and utilizing the PDE early warning dashboard for COVID metrics in our community. So the top table, if you will, is the table that was shared during our last meeting. And the table on the bottom is the 7-day look back that is relevant for this month. So this goes, I believe, from September 7th back 7 days. And the web site is there for the link. The link is there for you to access the website, our community and our school board. I won't pretend to be a healthcare professional. We mentioned several times that we partner with our local healthcare organizations. We meet with them and discuss and listen to the impact of these metrics on our community. But what I will say, the metric that we pay most attention to as laymen, if you will, are the positivity rates, because we know that originally the CDC guidance mentioned schools remaining closed if a positivity rate was around 5%. And so what you can see is the local positivity rate has increased a bit since the last time we were before you sharing this information. Hopefully during our next meeting, we will be able to have another one of our healthcare partners on to give a little bit more of a conversation with regard to health and safety. But with this key principle of keeping health and safety at the forefront of all of our decisions, this is the dashboard that we use, and this is an update visual for you all. Our next slide speaks to some of our first day attendance data points. Our enrollment for September 8th was approximately 16,685. We had 15,006 students in attendance, K-12 in our district, on the first day of school. So let me extend kudos and great job to our families. I know it's challenging, to our staff, to our IT department, our academic department. Everyone worked really hard, well into the weekend, well into Labor Day evening, making sure that we could launch our virtual campus in the most successful way that we possibly could within our reach on September 8th. We realized a total of 1,379 absences. This is really in line with our enrollment and attendance data during the beginning of school last year. That all of those metrics there or numbers there compute for an attendance rate of approximately 92% on the first day of school virtually. So just again, a virtual round of applause for the entire team and the entire community. On our next slide, we break this down just a little bit. Here are some numbers. You see 2 rows, if you will, of numbers. The top row in each of the boxes are the attendance numbers for the day. The bottom number is the enrollment number. So we had our highest level, if you will, of attendance in our elementary schools with 7,033 attending or logging in the first day of school. And shout out to Lehigh Parkway and Hayes, our new school. Both of those elementary schools had 100% attendance on the first day of school. Our middle schools, there you see about 3,043 students, and then our high schools, 4,930 students. So again, kudos to everyone for a great first day. On our next slide, a little bit about communication. As you know, during these critical times, we extend our hours of monitoring for Let's Talk. So just as we did during our long-term closure, we are back into our extended hours, which means any family that utilizes a Let's Talk dialogue via the app or the website, we are committed to a 2-hour turnaround response time. From during the last 7 days, our dialogues, which are how we define a communication between the family and the district, have increased from approximately 133 up to 191 dialogues. We process those with supports from our departments, our buildings, our school parent liaisons, and a host of other internal staff that have been working diligently to get information out to our families. The top 3 issues in all of those dialogues have really hovered around 3 key areas: passwords for students, logging into Sapphire, and then, oh, I see a typo, my apologies, enrollment. With regard to enrollment, that speaks to overall enrollment as well as kindergarten enrollment. So those are the top issues, and that's kind of guiding some of our supports and turnaround information that we're trying to make available to our stakeholder groups and push out in a meaningful way. Our next slide is just a quick overview. This week we began to push out, I'm tired of using that phrase, but I guess it's late and I have limited vocab, push out building and family support processes. We've pushed these processes out internally, beginning with our IT department, because as you can see, a lot of our issues early on are stemming from IT infrastructure or IT with regard to educational technology platforms. And so our IT and special ed department developed support plans that include a process and key point people, along with specific turnaround times for immediate needs at the building level or within buildings and critical needs, and the same for our families. So for example, if a family needs support on how to log in or how do they turn their Chromebook on, or they're getting error messages, we pushed out information on how they can contact our help desk in English and Spanish, and then what else they can do in the interim time to sort of triage if they are available or able to on their own. So we're hoping to continue to push this messaging out so that we empower and inform our stakeholders on how to navigate this virtual campus when we have outages to something as simple as turning on a Chromebook. Again, we're ensuring that this information is produced in English and Spanish. Both of and all of our support plans that come from each department or each program leader will include an emphasis on Let's Talk. And we do that so that we're able to measure our responsiveness, which brings us full circle to that 2-hour turnaround time, to being able to monitor the key roles that are attached to the dialogues. Whenever dialogues come in, we've got key terms attached to key roles. So our special ed executive director being tied and linked to dialogues that come in with keywords such as IEP or disability or special ed, just a bit to make us more responsive and efficient as we build our communication out. And again, being able to monitor accountability and keep our finger on the pulse of where we may have some gaps in our communication processes. And ultimately, all of this work essentially will culminate into what will be viewed as standard operating procedures for our virtual campus. This has never been done before, so it is important that we standardize and document and codify these procedures so that we're able to best serve our community. And on our next slide, we have just an update on some of the additions that we continue to make to Parent University. So if you utilize this link and log into our Parent University, there's additional information that's been posted for elementary, middle, and high school on attendance and sort of the guidance and the standards for attendance. Meal distribution information is listed, along with that IT help desk information in English and Spanish that I mentioned. Our teams continue to develop how-to videos and upload those and make them available for our families, as well as additional parent sessions that we are, not only our team is hosting live, but also recording those to make them available to families that may not be able to participate during the live sessions. And again, we have the link there for our community so that we continue to get the word out that we have a website, we continue to update it, it is live, and we invite you to utilize that because of the wealth of information housed there for our families. At this point, I believe we move into our LCTI overview for our families and our school board. So Ms. Sawyer?
Thank you, Dr. Brown. So I wanted to start off with a little bit of enrollment information just to show you what the current enrollment is at LCTI. Between our half-day AM, half-day PM, and our full-day kids, it's approximately a little over 600 kids that we have actually attending LCTI, broken out by AM, PM, and full day. The LCTI curriculum, the ASD and LCTI virtual learning curriculum is a mix of very similar to what we're doing in ASD with a synchronous learning path and an asynchronous learning path. So I'm going to talk about them kind of together as we work through the PowerPoint. So in synchronous learning in both ASD and LCTI, students are going to engage in real-time learning in Schoology, Edgenuity in ASD, Google Classroom, using Zooms so they can have FaceTime with teachers. LCTI is offering instructional assistance and teachers supporting in real time in courses as well. And then there's an asynchronous part of their learning on both sides, where it's anytime learning using Schoology, Edgenuity as their core, Google Classroom. Simulation software is being offered for CTE courses at LCTI, in Schoology for all of their CTE coursework. And they have a process of being able to apply concepts through their discussion post, written work, and researching content within their CTE platform.
Randy, can you stop us up a second?
Sure.
Parents are going to get confused. Okay, so what is Schoology?
So Schoology is very similar to Edgenuity and Google Classroom. It's a learning management platform where students receive all of their content in one place. So it's more similar to Edgenuity. It's got all of their CTE coursework and all of their content in one place.
What is CTE?
Their career and technical education platform.
Yeah, so I'm asking everybody to use layman terms for our parents. Thank you.
You're welcome. So LCTI and ASD instructional expectations, again, are very similar between the two. In ASD, we're expecting students attend ASD sessions daily, be prepared each day, be ready to learn and engage in instruction, complete their assignments on time each day for each of their classes. Attendance and activity reports in the Edgenuity platform are used to monitor attendance and completion as well. And at LCTI, attendance is based on completion of daily assignments to be marked present. They expect that LCTI students attend sessions daily, be prepared, complete their assignments on time in their LCTI coursework, and again, applying the concepts that they're learning through a wide modality of learning.
One moment. So with LTCI, they only are considered attending if they complete their assignment?
So they have their daily assignments is showing them how they're logging into the system and they're present. So as they're going in, they're getting daily activities to do within simulation software, and that's their attendance.
Okay.
Yeah. So in the rotational model that's used in ASD and somewhat at LCTI, their core is Edgenuity, Schoology, Google Classroom, as was discussed earlier. There's some FaceTime with the teacher. At LCTI, it would be the instructional assistant as well as the teacher. And then there's some independent work that they're working in their synchronous model. And then asynchronous as well. They're working in their core content, they're doing independent work, and there's flexibility and support hours worked in for students that need the extra support as they're working independently.
So what you're saying is with the LTCI, us being virtual, our LTCI students are not getting anything different, even if they were in class or they weren't in class. It's going to be the same exact thing they're getting.
They're going to be essentially getting the same CTE curriculum adapted to modify in the virtual world with some FaceTime, some instructional support, some CTE classroom mixed in with simulation work. Yes.
So the theory part of it, what they're learning is the book part of it is going to, our students are going to be right on or even above what they're usually getting at LTCI when it comes to the theory part.
Yep.
Learning. Okay.
Yes,
so
ma'am. Yep.
So the practical part, where they're actually have hands-on, how are we going to be faring with that?
So the some hands-on things can be done in the virtual atmosphere, and that's what they're using some simulation software and stuff, but you can't change a tire, right, virtually. Right. So the front loading of the content is going to allow our students to be ahead in the content simulation software and the beginnings of the practical work. And then when they go into LCTI, they'll be able to work on the practical applications while others are kind of catching up on the theory. So it'll be a little bit of a give and take. And there are across the 8 sending schools, there's over 220 kids in other districts that are also in virtual.
So what you're saying is that our kids are going to come, our kids, as far as the book smarts go, let's break it down layman.
Yep.
As far as the book smarts go, they're going to be smarter than those kids that are going to class because they're going to get that first. And then the practical part where they have to do, whatever they have to do with their hands on, it's a little bit behind, but in the theory part, they are ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. So in the virtual learning conditions, similar to you saw this slide last time with special ed, we wanted to compare the learning conditions here. So you'll see the half-day students will spend half of their time in ASD courses and half of their time in their career and technical education courses. The full-day students will spend their whole day in LCTI coursework, but half of that coursework will be their career and technical education, and the other half of their day would be their academic coursework. So LCTI would take care of all of that, where the half-day kids, we kind of split it. Space, the synchronous and asynchronous options that I discussed earlier, the routines are built with the teacher instructional assistants, the CTE instructors, establishing learning options for students within Edgenuity, within Schoology, within Google Classroom. ASD and LCTI schedule provided and communication asynchronously and synchronously. And the accountability is the daily monitoring by the teacher or the instructional assistants in both the synchronous and asynchronous learning that we've been talking about, that daily attendance idea. So I know it's a little small, but here's a sample of an AM student showing at the AM in the morning, Monday through Friday. They're spending half of the day in their CTE courses, their career and technical education courses. And it kind of spells out for you the Schoology platform and all of those things that they'll be doing within that realm of time. And then the students would take their lunch, just as we would have our own ASD students take lunch. And because now they're half day, they come in to ASD for the rest of the day. And then they would follow the ASD schedule as they come back into ASD. And they would be able to see their teachers through synchronous learning, the rotational model. And there's an attendance requirement both at LCTI and at ASD as well. So we can track attendance on both levels. Communication and outreach. The website has a lot of information that we've posted on attendance, on LCTI scheduling. We've sent school messengers, calls, emails, and the Parent University has a lot of the information for LCTI. The orientation and supports. At the high schools, we've had orientations, multiple orientations on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th of September. We have 2 very specific LCTI parent sessions, actually tomorrow at noon and at 3 o'clock. In conjunction with LCTI, we'll be reviewing a lot of just the little nuances about LCTI and ASD with the half-day schedule, full-day schedule. Again, regular updates to the parent university, and we will continue having weekly meetings with LCTI and I concerning attendance and support, so we can really monitor our students as they're at LCTI and as they're in ASD to ensure success for all students. Katie, I'm going to turn it over to you, but do you want me to keep going on the slideshow for you?
Yes, thank you, Brandy.
No problem.
Okay, so before you go to that one, I just want a conclusion with LTCI.
Okay.
What we're saying is that we're staying the course. We're going to stay virtual. As we discussed, we're going to keep our children virtual, but in the long run, well, the short part right now is the fact that their book work, their academic work that they have to accomplish being at LTCI, and that's with their academics and well as with their whatever their course study is going to be a little bit better because of the virtual, and you'll probably be a little bit ahead of the students that go there physically to LTCI. But those of us who are staying home and being on computers and getting that virtual are going to be a little bit ahead.
Yes.
Okay. So then, as our students are not doing their course of study as far as what they chose to be their trade or whatever, that's called practical. That it's a little bit behind, but because you have the theory part and that's your academics, you're better off. It's even beyond even out because it still gives you the advantage.
Yeah, and I'll be and I'll be honest with you, with any of those avenues that students take between, I want to really say 10th to 12th grade, after 9th grade, when they make their decisions on where they want to go, from like 10th to 12th grade, when they're there full day, they still only have half a day of their career and technical education courses, and they still have theory within every single one of those CTE courses. So by moving some stuff around and working with the pacing with the state on a lot of these programs, they've really been able to make it a doable program for all students this year in the virtual format. And LCTA has done a lot to really make their program virtually very robust. And they're still making adjustments and still making changes as we all are in the virtual.
So we're telling our parents and our students especially that we are not trying to stop you from getting your education, stop you from learning your trade with anything. We're trying to help you even succeed at a higher level than you would even if you went there all day. So we are being, ASD is about safety, about making sure that our kids are safe, because we are in a pandemic right now. But in that course of that, we choosing, the board and the administration decide to stay this course. We are trying to give you a better course.
Yeah.
And we're trying to, we're not trying, we're giving it to you. We are giving our students, by any means necessary, the best that LTCI and ASD has to offer.
Yes, ma'am. And we will continue working with LCTI concerning instructional supports and providing those for students. Absolutely.
Thank you. That's what, I just need our parents to understand the reason why we're making this decision. And because we made this decision, we made it so that we come out better for it. So thank you very much, Brandy, and your team.
You're welcome.
All right, Miss Katie.
Good evening, everyone. I have with me tonight three of our wonderful ESOL facilitators: Lisa Greitzer from the Secondary Newcomer Academy, Jennifer Aponte, who is a new ESOL facilitator who came to us from Robb Middle School, and she will be assisting at Elementary Newcomer and a few other schools, and Heather Pearson, who is assigned to William Allen and Lewis E. Deriff High School. We're going to be talking to you tonight about our English Learner Virtual Campus Plan. So I'm going to give you an overview on the what and why: identification, screening, and placement, health and safety, data, LIEP, which stands for Language Instruction Education Program, staff roles and responsibilities, quality, instruction, learning models, and schedules. And the how and when, we're going to give you an overview of communication and outreach, family orientation and supports, monitoring, and flexibility. That's a Zoom picture of one of our meetings. So the LIEP, well, the Allentown School District provides an appropriate planned instructional program for identified students, the goal of which is to increase the English language proficiency of those eligible students. Students who are English learners, ELs, shall be identified, assessed, and provided instruction and shall be provided an equal opportunity to achieve their maximum potential, as per our School Board Policy 138, English as a Second Language. The goal of the Allentown School District's language instruction educational program is to support the acquisition of English language skills of students who have a native or first language that is not English. So the identification process. It is initiated by parents when they complete the home language survey. They self-identify. And if that home language survey indicates a language other than English, then the Pennsylvania required family interview is administered by bilingual staff to determine if ESOL testing is needed. Currently, students in grade 2 to 12 are tested for ESOL placement using the PDE approved language placement test known as the WIDA screener. During COVID-19, PDE has approved provisional identification for kindergarten and first grade ELs based on the results from the home language and PA family interview. And that is because we cannot safely administer the KWAPT, which is the test for kindergartners and first semester first graders, and maintain social distancing. There are many materials involved and it requires the tester to be in close proximity to the child. So for the time being, we are allowed to provisionally identify kindergarten and first grade students until such time as we are back in the building. Special Education Department collaborates with the ESOL department to determine appropriate placement for English learners with IEPs. And all students are assigned to an age-appropriate grade level. Health and safety for testing. We follow PDE recommendations and guidance during COVID-19. And identification, screening, and placement of ELs is conducted in compliance with ESSA regulations. We have in-person EL testing where we follow all testing guidance. And again, the COVID-19 safety procedures. And we have one in-person centralized testing center at the Secondary Newcomer Academy at Midway Manor. Now we have some English learner data. On this chart, you can see the breakdown of ELs in elementary, middle, and high schools. At the elementary level, the largest number are level 1s. Those are entering students. We have 660 of them. And you can see the breakdown for level 2, 3s, 4s, and monitored students with a total currently of 1,119 ELs in elementary grades with 41 teachers. In the middle school, the level 1s, we have 235, and you can see the breakdown there as well amongst the different levels with a total of 842 middle school ELs and 13 teachers. In our high schools, we have 417 level 1s, and you can see the breakdown there as well with a total of 1,129 high school ELs and 13 teachers. So as you see the comparison between ASD total enrollment of 15,218. The English language learner enrollment is 3,090. But we are testing every day, so that number is going to go up very soon.
Ms. Gill, okay, I want to look at that number, and you have with the level 1s that are entering, what are they getting as their school day?
Well, we're going to be showing you a schedule in a few minutes as we move forward. But they're all using the same virtual platforms that other students are using with additional supports.
So with the virtual, are they getting it in their language or in English?
English as a second language. The language of instruction is English.
Okay.
Next are programs and services. So in our virtual campus, we have virtual breakout rooms, which have been discussed before, where small group and individual support is provided during synchronous and asynchronous rotations. And we focus on the 5 WIDA standards for language development: social language, language of literacy, language of math, language of science, and language of social studies. In our elementary grades, English learners have access to Accelerate, Dreambox, Lexia Core 5, Google Classroom, and Zoom. And in our secondary grades, they have access to Edgenuity, MyPath, which supports ELs in English language arts and math, Lexia Power Up, and again, Google Classroom and Zoom. Now our virtual campus roles and responsibilities. ESOL teachers must follow live synchronous instruction schedules for grade levels. They co-teach during whole group sessions. They include differentiated instruction for L students in small groups via Zoom, breakout rooms. They provide grade level appropriate supports, including learning activities and assessments adapted to students' language acquisition level via teachers' Google Classroom. Our ESOL facilitators provide direct technical assistance, professional development and in-class supports to ESL teachers and content area teachers of English learners. They model implementation of ESL strategies with students and differentiation of instruction, and serve as teacher coaches, attend team, grade, and faculty meetings to provide input on best practices for ELs, and collaborate with building level administrative teams. Now we're moving on to high quality instruction expectations. So qualifying newcomer students receive sheltered instruction for up to 1 year at the elementary or secondary newcomer academy. They qualify if they are new to the country, speak little or no English, and have had no previous U.S. public school experience. English learners have meaningful access to core instruction and curriculum via Accelerate and Edgenuity, and synchronous and asynchronous learning and differentiated support provided through Google Classroom. We've already talked about Zoom. I just want to point out that dual identified English learners with IEPs receive support from special education and ESOL teachers, and low incidence English learners participate in the unique curriculum with ESL supports.
What is sheltered instruction?
That's what we do with the 2 newcomer academies.
Okay.
The teachers are not only certified in their content area, but they are highly trained to work with second language learners. So as the students are being exposed to core curriculum in their content area subjects, they are also receiving instruction in language development, because they, as we said previously, they need to learn the language of math, learn the language of science, as well as learning the content in those subject areas. And high quality instruction in the content areas. Well, we said elementary L students participate in Accelerate, core curriculum in ELA, math, science, and social studies, and differentiated supports in Dreambox and Lexia Core 5. And middle and high school students participate in Edgenuity, in English, math, science, and social studies, with differentiated supports in MyPath and Lexia Power Up. Now we're going to move on to virtual learning models and schedules. And next I have Jennifer Aponte, the new ESOL facilitator for the Elementary Newcomer Academy and a few other schools as well.
Thank you, Katie. So during synchronous time, the ESL teacher will be presenting scaffolded lessons with embedded support strategically aligned to both the content and the language development standards and of ESL students within small groups. During the asynchronous times, the ESL teacher will scaffold material and provide supports in addition to what the content area is in Google Classroom to support the content and acquisition of the language development.
What do you mean by scaffold the activities? What do you mean by that?
So if a student has to do an activity on main idea, for example, the student won't be just given the whole activity at once. The teacher will break down the activity for them at their level. So maybe a shorter picture with story with pictures attached to it so that the student can get that content, broke it down.
Thank you.
No problem.
And to talk about synchronous learning is Lisa Greitzer from the Secondary Newcomer Academy.
Well, good evening, everyone, and thanks for inviting us to share this important information with you tonight. You did see a slide similar to this during the LCTI presentation with Ms. Sawyer, and it illustrates synchronous learning using the blended learning model for the virtual campus for ASD. So what we did was we modified it somewhat to show you what that looks like for English learners across the school district and including the newcomer academies. In the first part, we are talking about core instruction and the ESOL teachers and content teachers working with English learners use Edgenuity and or Accelerate to assist students with completing standards, as well as getting students to work daily, logging into that information. At 2, the teachers are providing FaceTime with the students, and that can be whole group or small group instruction based on the data provided in Edgenuity or Accelerate. And at that point, teachers are providing enrichment or interventions. And then in the third area, we're thinking more about students working independently. So we move here again to this next slide where it says synchronous learning overlay. So we took the ASD model and we provided an overlay in hopes that we could make it understandable for you. So we've got 1, the direct instruction via Accelerate or Edgenuity. Teachers are using embedded L supports, and many of those supports are provided right through Edgenuity and Accelerate, but teachers also add additional appropriate accommodations for students. Teachers also can use Google Classroom and are using Google Classroom to amplify language development activities. Then in that second area, the FaceTime piece, that's what you're thinking more about with regard to video conferencing using Zoom. That's where the ESL teacher, K-12, is providing direct language instruction to whole groups of students at their linguistic level or to smaller groups of students that they're pulling into a breakout room from the grade level classroom. Then at a place like the Newcomer Academy, where we have level 1 students, you have whole group direct language instruction by the ESOL teacher and the content teacher, the math, the science, or the social studies. Those teachers are providing ESL and content area instruction. And then that last part, the independent area, that's where our English learners are working independently through the differentiated materials provided by the school district, including Lexia, Dreambox, My Path, which is a part of Edgenuity where students can work independently on reading and math at their grade level from 3rd grade through 11th grade. And then again, Google Classroom, and that's where teachers can develop adapted assignments and assessments, and they can use Edgenuity as a jumping off point to create those adapted assignments for students at levels 1 through the highest levels.
So what you're saying is you're gathering data from these programs to help our students, whatever they're lacking or when they need more instruction.
Yes, that's exactly right. Edgenuity and Accelerate, the teachers and administrators can run reports daily. They can look at groups of students. They can look at an individual student. Number 1, to see if the student logged on to the system, in addition to see if they are making progress as far as doing the work, completing the assignments, and then teachers and administrators can also see how well the students are completing those assignments and if they are really gaining information, gaining new knowledge from the work. And if not, ESL teachers and teachers working with English learners can provide additional accommodations, like I said, through Google Classroom and other means.
Now to talk about asynchronous learning, we have Heather Pearson, the ESOL facilitator for William Allen High School and Lewis E. Darrah High School.
Good evening. Thank you so much. So this is our asynchronous learning, and it's our anytime learning and a virtual model to support independent learning for our English language learners. So they have the core curriculum that they would be involved in. There's a flexibility and support both through breakout rooms and then the learning management programs that are provided, and they're working independently. So English language learners access core curriculum and complete daily content assignment. The Google Classroom is used to support that language learning. The nice thing is that there's flexibility in the support. So the ESL teachers are having breakout rooms for individualized language instruction. At the level 1 newcomer academies, all the content areas are having breakout rooms for that content and then the language objectives. Other supports like bilingual online dictionaries, picture dictionaries, online language resources, audio visuals, and graphic organizers. And this helps the student to gain independence. The students are working on their language and content objectives, and they have differentiated materials through their choice boards, through Lexia, through MyPath, which has some added support specifically for English language learners, and then Google Classroom for adapted assignments and assessments.
What are choice boards?
Choice boards were created to give students a different choice. Sometimes maybe it's an offline assignment, as I heard earlier, people talking about the importance of, you know, putting the pen and paper together, the pencil to paper. So this provides all kinds of ways that students have some choice. They're teacher created. So they're things that students would be doing in the classroom that might be more like what they would have received in the traditional format, but given some choice on their assignments.
And now for our virtual environment, Jenna Fontana.
Thank you. So as we engage in this virtual environment, we want to build a collaborative effort with the families. So during virtual learning, the family students manage their schedule at home with support of the classroom and ESL teacher. The space is managed by the families for them to be able to succeed in synchronous and asynchronous content and language instruction. Routines are established first in the classroom. So this first week, the teachers have been engaged in teaching the students how to log on at each time for their Zoom sessions so that the families can have a set schedule to follow at home. Communication is supported with the parent liaison, facilitators, teachers, families, and students so that everyone can be supported during Zoom classes, even through Class Dojo and Google Classroom. And finally, accountability. The frequent monitoring of how our students are doing is done by the teacher, the ESL teacher, and facilitators, and communicating with families and engaging in instruction and intervention as needed that the child is presenting.
Next, we're going to talk about virtual campus for the Elementary Newcomer Academy. We have a sample schedule for you there. You can see one of the things that's different about what we do at the Elementary Newcomer Academy is the literacy block. We have a longer time in our literacy block. We have a part 1 and a part 2. The first part is for language proficiency development, where they work on language functions, language structure, vocabulary development as it's related to the virtual curriculum. And part 2 is the content instruction. Next, we have a schedule for secondary newcomer academy. There's block scheduling in the secondary newcomer academy. The rotations, for example, on Monday and Thursday might be a synchronous session. On Tuesday and Friday, it might be an asynchronous session. And they are broken out by content. This is a grade 12 example where you can see they're taking United States history or American government, the ESL English, Algebra 2, and biology. And students receive direct content and language instruction through video conferencing, and explicit instruction and modeling are based on core curriculum aligned to language standards. And the next one is a sample of a grade 8 schedule. Okay, I guess that maybe that one got cut. We'll keep moving. Communication and outreach to families in the community. We've done advertising through the communications department, the websites, bilingual school messenger calls, direct mail and emails in bilingual emails and direct mail. We've used local radio stations like La Mega and Latina, social media, phone calls, parent university working group meetings with stakeholders, and frequently asked questions. Our outreach includes multilingual demonstration videos for parents and families on our parent university website. We have some now on Zoom, Google Classroom, and Clever. And we're going to be adding one about Sapphire, which I think will be very helpful for parents, how to create their account on Sapphire, how to access their child's attendance, behavior, grades, etc. We also have bilingual Facebook posts, our virtual adult ESOL classes when COVID hit and we couldn't have our face-to-face classes at William Allen and Deer High School and at the Elementary Newcomer Academy. Heather was integral in planning and preparing the virtual adult ESOL classes, which have been great. They've been, they were created and posted via Google Classroom and YouTube. And again, it's anytime, anywhere learning. Our adults can log on and participate anytime, anywhere. Then we have bilingual class dojo and remind communications, porch visits, and grocery distributions. Our teachers at the Secondary Newcomer Academy have raised over $10,000 in donations since April to provide grocery distributions every week. And it's been wonderful. Families drive up in front of the Midway Manor building, in front of the porch. The helpers put out 2 bags of groceries, go back in the building, people get out of their car, put them in their trunk and drive away. We've had long lines of families coming for grocery distribution, and they've been very, very appreciative. It really helped them during these difficult times. And my kudos to the wonderful teachers at Secondary Newcomer Academy. They came up with this idea on their own. They raised all the money on their own. They did all the shopping on their own, which was amazing. And it's just been fabulous. We also work with the Refugee Resettlement Agency and the Center for Humanistic Change.
Katie, so when did your grocery distribution start?
It started in April.
So it started in April during the COVID, during the time that our children, our families are food insecure. And you start, and when did it stop?
It has not stopped.
It has not stopped. So you are continuing doing this. So I'm going to ask our communication. Mr. Parker, can we please have that, highlighted? That during this time, especially with our refugee families, and they're usually the ones that don't have the jobs because those are being cut because of their service oriented. We need to have that highlighted. This is what our school is doing. It should be highlighted. It should be told to the rest of to the rest of Lehigh Valley, we take care of our own. I'm tired of Lehigh Valley thinking they got to take care of Allentown. No, we take care of our own. And that's part of it. So thank you, Ms. Gill.
Well, the communications department has been very helpful with advertising it for us, as well as William Allen High School and Deer High School. And our teachers have established quite a following on Facebook and Instagram and Class Dojo and Remind, and word has gotten out, and we've had tremendous response from families coming. The line sometimes goes down the driveway and down the street. It keeps coming each time we have grocery distribution. So it's been great. And of course, it was extended to, as Mr. Parker calls it, baby newcomer families, but to any families. One day we had a bus driver from First Student who showed up, and he said, I don't have any kids in the school district, but he said, I was a First Student bus driver, and I was furloughed during COVID, and things are really tough. And we were like, no problem, sir. grab 2 bags of groceries.
Wonderful, thank you.
Family orientation and supports. We've had pre-opening Spanish English parent support sessions on Accelerate and Edgenuity. There were 2 on August 31st, and there were also 2 on September 8th. And we had a bilingual parent orientation on September 3rd. These were wonderful because many of our families, as you know, may not be tech savvy, are just getting a device, just getting Wi-Fi access. They have the language barrier. So we had a wonderful time on especially on our parent night orientation. We had bilingual staff members translating and demonstrating even things like how to open the Chromebook, how to turn the Chromebook on, what you will see when the Chromebook is turned on, how to find the platforms, how to use Clever. And we played some games with the parents and the students, and culminating in a Kahoot quiz that Mrs. Greitzer designed. So they were learning how to use their mobile phone, how to use their laptop, any device at their disposal. Some had their own personal devices, iPads, and they really enjoyed it. When we're going to be continuing that because, as you know, we have rolling enrollment, and families are coming to the elementary and secondary newcomer academies every week. And so we will continue to have these bilingual parent orientations. We are also going to be having 1-hour live question and answer sessions. And we have English, Spanish, and Arabic how-to demonstration visit videos that are posted on our parent university. We can't forget our Arabic speaking families. Don't forget that the Allentown School District has the 3rd largest Syrian community in the United States.
Wow.
And monitoring. There we go. We have responsibilities and roles in our virtual learning environment. Under responsibilities, we review data, reports, and Ingenuity, Sapphire, MyPath, Accelerate, Dreambox, and Lexio. And that's done by ESOL teachers and facilitators. We have roll call meetings with ESOL teachers, facilitators, and building leadership, virtual walkthroughs by administrators, building department and grade band meetings by administrators, ESOL teachers, ESOL facilitators, and content teachers. ESOL department bi-weekly meetings by facilitators, building leadership, ESOL teachers, and the director, and ongoing support for school improvement schools by the facilitators and the director. Next, we're going to talk about flexibility. In our synchronous and asynchronous learning, it is modified and accommodated based on students' English language acquisition level. And ESL teachers strategically schedule students in small group Zoom breakout rooms for additional support based on language levels and student parent schedules. The district provides meaningful access to information and services to English learner families by providing translated documents and interpretation services. We have those multilingual how-to demonstration presentations for families, and our Parent University Online Resource Center, free virtual adult ESOL classes, bilingual administrators, psychologists, facilitators, teachers, paraprofessionals, parent liaisons, and clerical staff assist students and families with language barriers. And our wonderful FACE department, Family and Community Engagement Center, provides bilingual support for families as well. Now some family resources. There are 3 pages of wonderful resources. Obviously, our ASD Parent University comes first. And we have multiple resources from the intermediate unit, linked to Spanish English Dictionary, Digital Spanish Library, Spanish Community Resource Center, and the Pipeline newsletter that provides information to parents on school, social, and community events. And that's also available in English and Spanish. And from Patan, they have their whole multi-tiered system of supports for English learners. It's also available in English and Spanish. The HUNE website that provides social and emotional educational supports. The Healthy at Home, English and Spanish, provides a toolkit for supporting families. Learning Heroes provides information and resources. to help parents support learning at home, reading rockets in English and Spanish, multilingual books, the Unite for Literacy, the Spanish Experiment, International Children's Digital Library, and Global Storybook. And finally, oh, I guess we skipped the one on PDE. Okay. That's okay. They're all posted on the ASD website and the parent university.
Thank you, Katie. And so as we've closed all of our other programmatic highlights and updates to our community and our board, we end with our next steps. And here you'll see that we'll continue our parent informational sessions as you've heard from Ms. Sawyer and Mrs. Gill this evening. We'll maintain our pandemic coordinating committee, which also functions as our opening of schools committee with the superintendent's core cabinet folks included in the decision-making processes that happen at that level. We'll continue to monitor our Chromebook and Wi-Fi distribution. We'll continue our citywide childcare center collaboration and meetings. We'll continue to update our parent university, and we may be able to move into assessing our buildings, as we had mentioned earlier, to prepare for the subsequent student reentry, making sure that we have all of the PPE and proper health and safety products and materials to support our students and staff reentering the building. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
Ms. Johnson-Knox, your hand is up.
Yes, I just want to say congratulations again on another well-planned operation. At some point, it would be so great to hear from the students, you know, further in, you know, like towards November, not even November, like January, just somewhere along the line, so that we can hear their experiences with this, because I think that that's going to be so important in the long run. And the other thing is, I'm thrilled to see 96% attendance from what I gathered from the high schools. The numbers went by fast. I tried to do a quick calculation, but it looked like a 96%, above the 92% on the high school attendance, which is really encouraging. We have a lot of young people who are concerned about ending you know, their K through 12 strong. So I was just very excited about that. So thank you for all that you're doing. I think this is wonderful.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Our entire team.
I'll echo that as well as someone who we have about 30 children in our program, K to 5, that go, most of them are ASD kids, but there are some children from other districts. And I can tell you that what ASD is doing is light years beyond what these children in other districts are getting. So what you guys are doing is amazing. These teachers are keeping the kids engaged throughout the day in ways that I don't know how they're doing it, to be quite honest. I don't know how they're keeping little kindergartners sitting at a computer and listening to them, but they are doing it. And so it really is you guys are doing a great job. And I know our kids are going to go far in this semester being virtual.
I would just echo my thanks to you all also. I know that you all have been working extremely hard and diligently to make all of this come together. And we may have had a few hiccups the first couple days, but you can't control technology, as we all know through our various experiences with Zoom. And I just want to say thank you to everybody. You guys are rock stars, so thanks. That was just a discussion item. So at this point, I will turn the meeting over to Mrs. Brace for the remainder of our agenda.
Okay, at this time, if there's anyone from the public who would like to discuss anything that's non-agenda related, now's the time to raise your hand. Seeing no hands, is there any old business to come before the board? Is there any new business to come before the board?
Yes, Ms. Grace.
Yes, Ms. Harris?
Okay, I would like to ask the school board in the district to look at the leftover desks that we have in our basements of our schools. I like Ms. Jessica Ortiz has stated, the Ortiz Art Foundation has purchased desks from Habitat for Humanity, and we were giving those out at the store. We put a post on Facebook. Within 47 minutes, all the desks were gone. There was 50 desks. We're gonna do another one at Stevens Park on Friday. So we got inundated with emails and asking for more and pictures of showing our kids having their own space. I'm asking our school district to take in consideration of gifting our students our leftover desks after we do an assessment of what we need for when we come back to school. But whatever we have left over, I'm asking you not to wait till the last minute, but whatever we have left over, I would like to distribute to our students through the administration. They can, give us the outline of how it's going to happen. But I really would like to give those desks because, like I said, we are the head and not the tail, and able for our children to have their own little space like they do in school. That it's unbelievable. It's easier for the parents. They have their own area. They're not crowding the dining room table, the kitchen table, the floor, their bedrooms. It is a designated space that, yes, this is the time for school, this is the time for work, and this is what we're going to do right there. And so as many as we have that we can give out, I'm asking our board to look at that, and also our administration to look at that, to give out our, to donate our desks to our ASD students. So I guess I'm asking them to do a study. And not be waiting like 4 or 5 weeks from now. No, do a study now. I know there's stuff going on, but let's do that so once again, our kids can have the advantage.
All right, thank you, Ms. Harris. And I'll echo that. I don't know if we need an actual motion and a vote or not. Our solicitor can let us know if that needs a vote, but I'll echo what you're saying, that if we have leftover desks in our basement, if a family could use a desk to make virtual learning better for them, help them out. But again, not taking away from all of the craziness that's going on right immediately now, but eventually to be able to do some kind of study to let us know how many extra things we have in our buildings that we maybe don't need.
I will meet with the team tomorrow and share some information back with you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Mr. Parker, if you want to go to Stevens Park tomorrow and see what we're doing at 2:30, you're more than welcome, or anyone from the school district or our board members, to see, how it just lights up our children to have their own little workspace.
What time?
2:30.
2:30.
Mm-hmm.
All right, is there any other new business or grass catcher items to come before the board? Seeing and hearing none, may I have a motion to adjourn?
I make the motion.
Was that you, Ms. Harris?
I believe it was. I'll second that.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Harris and Ms. Wilt. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the education meeting is over and we will pick up with finance.
Okay, so I'd like to call to order the Finance Committee meeting of the whole of the Allentown School District for Thursday, September 10th. The purpose of tonight's meeting is an update from the IU and stipulations of council and some technology acquisitions. Mr. Parker, do you have any comments to share this month?
No comments.
Okay. So are there any public comments? I see a hand up. It's Jackie Anderson. Are you there?
Yes, hi. I wanted was to echo on the desk, but I don't know. For some reason, I keep saying, "Are you hearing me? I'm here," but I don't know. They weren't seeing my hand up. I wanted was to echo on the desk for the kids because I would really, really like to have one. That's what I wanted to echo on. Not the finance. I don't know anything in regards to that. I'm just listening.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Okay.
I believe that's the only hand up. So we're going to go to our agenda, and I'm going to hand this over to Deputy Superintendent Jennifer Ramos to begin.
Thank you, Mrs. Johnson-Watts. I'm going to share my screen. As the co-chairs requested, we are bringing forward to you tonight an update on our IU project. And so our IU team is here, and as we progress through the presentation, they'll definitely introduce themselves and share these updates. But before we get into that, I just wanted to thank the team for all of their efforts and assure our board and community that despite the closure and COVID, we've been plowing through our finance and HR projects. And so with that, I'll just let Mr. Parker kick us off.
Thank you. So as we begin the IU update, we wanted to go all the way back to the beginning just to give a little context to some of the people who may be newer to the conversation and our board members that are new to the board as well. When we look at the IU and the relationship that the Allentown School District has with the IU, it really started back in 2015, even before I was a member of the Allentown School District and many board members were here. There was I think a concern. There were some concerns around the fiscal health of the school district, a number of layoffs that occurred back in the 2014-2015 school year, and then an unexpected surplus that became available. And I think that began to set in motion a number of concerns and push from the board around ensuring that the district had better fiscal health and better systems to diagnose where exactly either the debits or the credits were in the fiscal side of the organization. So 2016, 2017, the board began pushing a bit more for some consistent fiscal information. Around the beginning of 2017, the 2017 school year budget had an additional 20 positions that was being added. In conversation with the board and the superintendent, there was the commitment to pause filling these positions pending a review, a third-party review of district finances. So the district engaged PFM to do a fiscal review and projection of district finance. So a kind of a 2-year look back and a 5-year look forward to see where the district's fiscal health is and was at the time. So as we move forward, that fiscal audit by PFM kind of gave the district a really good look at what the overall deficit was. We identified a structural deficit that existed in the district, but also began to identify some systems issues internally that kind of caused the deficit and or allowed the deficit to continue without being really clear where the fiscal concerns were. So after the fiscal audit and the development of the district strategic framework, we conducted an audit of our system. Skyward is our actual fiscal financial system. We conducted a third-party review of the Skyward system to really identify from a control standpoint, where were the pain points in our internal controls that prohibited us from being able to accurately project costs yearly and over time. As we did that audit, we also conducted a curriculum audit, and the curriculum audit also looked at our financial inputs and identified that many of the academic concerns in the school district were really born out of resource deficiency. So now we had these three guiding documents, the curriculum audit, the Skyward audit, and the PFM review, really all saying the same thing. A, there's resource deficiency and a structural deficit in the school district that has to be addressed in order for the district to maintain any level of financial health. And then B, in addition to the structural deficit, there are just some acute systems issues within our business, fiscal, HR operations that have to be addressed so that the administration is more accurately informing and reporting fiscal information to the board. And then the board can make decisions short-term and long-term with better financial information. So that became the calling card of our administration and our board to really identify the right partner to help us address those issues, knowing that this is a fairly large organization with a $350 million budget, and the concerns were so deeply internal that having that outside eye was going to be absolutely critical. And it is with that as the backdrop, in communication with the Pennsylvania Department of Education, we began to engage CLIU 21, Dr. I, Kim Talapan, as absolutely spectacular partners and stewards of all the school districts here in Lehigh County. We engaged and had a number of conversations and began to partner and identify how we could address A, the deficit issue, and B, the fiscal and communications issues that were driven out of that Skyward report, so that as an organization, we could better and more accurately share fiscal information with our board, with our community, as well as with the state around the financial issues of the Allentown School District. So as I pass this, I could talk about this all day. So as I pass this back to Ms. Ramos, again, that's the backdrop for where we are now, looking at this as we engage 2 years into the partnership with the IU, after a number of years of concern about process as well as product. This is where we are in terms of beginning to, or moving into the next step with addressing those concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. We just have a few slides to share as we, why isn't this moving? Okay. As always, we just want to highlight the alignment to the strategic framework that our work is grounded in. And goal area 4, speaking to organizational effectiveness and accountability, also speaks to the need for our work to be aligned and focused. And in that regard, some of the action that you'll see we're taking within the scope of our IU work is ensuring that our expenses match district expectations, goals, policies, and our governance structures as set forth by the board. As Mr. Parker mentioned, the work that we're doing is grounded in the Skyward audit. And just to revisit some of that work, The IU project was really grounded into 3 primary focus areas. One was budgetary functions. 2 was the actual systems that drive those functions. And the third part were the HR systems that obviously have a major impact to our budget, but things that make the organization run. And so what we found was that while the Skyward report was telling us we weren't using Skyward well, we can't use Skyward well if we don't have systems that are built. So the system itself shouldn't matter, meaning the finance online platform or the HR platform. The system itself should be able to function if we have built the business office and the HR functions that need to occur. So what we're focused on right now is using Skyward, but what we're really focused on is building the systems that will enable us to use the Skyward and HR management platforms the way they were designed to be used. And so tonight you'll see definitely a broad stroke review of where we are in the HR platform, so you can see how Skyward should be set up and what that will look like in position control. The other thing we wanted to highlight, and an area that we are going to have a big celebration on when we get there, is just the fact that the district has had a repeat audit finding around budgetary processes, because they've typically been based on projections rather than actuals. And so our work, column 6 is an example that we'll use tonight as a celebration of such for our board to be able to see what's happening in finance and for us to make more accurate fiscal decisions. So this is an area that we have not met and removed from our audit, but we believe that we're well on the way. We want to highlight that these are the things that we're trying to fix. And so, we always talk about column 6. And when we were preparing for tonight, Ms. Hauser is going to talk about column 6. Ms. Talapan may even talk about column 6 when she talks about HR. But what I wanted to do was just show you in a very explicit picture what we're really meaning and what we've accomplished. So on the left side of the screen, the left circle is showing you the treasurer's report from 2016-17 June, last report of the year. What we've circled is the expenditures. And what you will notice is that the budgeted amount is the exact same number as the estimated amount. When you compare that to the columns on the right and the right circle, you'll notice that the numbers for the estimated year-end amount are not the same as the budget, because we're actually reviewing our expenses and projecting them so that there's an accurate forecast for us to build and make decisions. It may seem small when you open up that report at the end of every month, but this was a pretty big undertaking for us. And it's a process and a system that we're building. So every month, Mrs. Kakasi is tasked with that as the Director of Finance. And Ms. Hauser has built the system that Ms. Kakasi is now working to implement so that we can give you this report with accuracy each month. So when you hear us say column 6, just give us a little cheer. This is Mr. Parker's favorite slide, and I am not going to say another word.
Yeah, so on the heels of that, that I'll do my cheer for column 6. Column 6 report. Again, the big issue in the Allentown School District is that there was no fund balance, but the issue with not having fund balance is that you also don't have any reserves. So if you have a structural deficit and there's no money left in your fund balance, then you're not able to balance your funds at the end of the year. Prior to 16-17, the district still had a structural deficit, but it also had a reserve. Back in, I believe it was 13-14, there was about $35 million, that was $33 million, I believe, left in the reserve. And over the next few years, each year, to the tune of about $10 million a year on average, the district used all of the reserve that was left in the fund balance. So when you made it to 16-17, 17-18, there was no reserve, and the structural deficit became a real deficit because there wasn't any money left in the savings account. So if you look at this chart here, the blue line represents the PFM projection of the deficit over time, beginning in 16, 17, moving to 2021, where that deficit was projected somewhere around the $115 million. If you look at the green line actually represents our real and actual outcomes. Now, while I would love to sit here and take credit for all of the great things that happened in there, can't do it. There were a number of factors that impacted the actual decrease in deficit over time. We had a great opportunity to receive some external funding from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, thanks to our local legislative leadership. So Senator Brown, have to give him some credit, as well as Representative Schlossberg and Schweier for their work in advocating and supporting the district there. There was a bond taken by the district that supported another year increasing or decreasing the deficit. In addition to that, there was a reduction in staff. There was a realignment of expenses. So there was internal and external work done over the past 3.5, 4 years that actually flattened the slope. It didn't eliminate the slope. The structural deficit exists, but it flattened the slope so that you see that actual deficit number in the current year is nowhere near where it was projected to be under PFM. So to all of the externals that have given us support, thank you. And to the board and the internal folk who made sacrifices and did work to ensure that we could flatten that curve, thank you as well. The process improvements are necessary to continue to flatten and then eliminate that deficit slope over time.
Mr. Parker, for our families and our students, what is column 6?
So column 6, can you go back to the column 6 page for me?
Oh, yeah, you know how good of a host I am.
So column 6, and you're going to hear about column 6 again, and again. Column 6 is the actual report that we use to show where our actual numbers are as compared to what we've estimated our year-end expenses to be. So each month we update this page so that we have a better picture of where our year-end expenses would be. So now we'll know if there's, $1 million, $2 million, $10 million that we are, falling short and or finding in surplus, then we should be able to better project that and know sooner rather than later, as opposed to kind of finding out at the end of the year or during the audit. Like, there's an acceptable level of error when you're dealing with budgets this size, but you shouldn't have wild swings of expenditures that you don't see in some kind of way. And column 6 allows us to project that.
So in the next slide, what PFM had us projected as we were going out, which is what is that, $115 million we would be in debt right now?
So if we had done nothing over the past 4 years, if we had done nothing and just let expenses be expenses and revenues be revenues, this is where we would be. So the PFM report had a back end to it that actually gave us a few different scenarios for how we could eliminate or at the very least mitigate the deficit. So the messaging was, here's your projected deficit. If you don't do anything, this is where you'll be. Even to that point, the increase in the Act 1 index is one of the factors that moves that slope up rather than having it go down. So any action the district has taken is what increased that slope over time.
What is Act 1 index?
It's the Act 1 index is the district's ability to raise local property taxes each year when we do our final budget in June.
So we're looking at this chart, and we see the blue line, and then we see our green line where we are actually. So actually, we're not the worst that it should have been. We're doing pretty good.
No, we have vastly outperformed where we were projected, with the caveat that the projection was a zero-sum projection, right? It assumed no activity, which means any activity to decrease costs would make it better. But conversely, any activity to increase costs would make it worse. So they gave us kind of a zero-sum analysis, and then we used that to chart how we could increase our fund balance over time.
Thank you.
Okay, and before we continue, I think we should also add a lot of hard work was done in making a lot of decisions on where we would not expand, where we would not increase, where we would have preferred to, but we were not able to. So that is another area that I think that we should be very clear about. A lot of tough decisions were made along this path. I'm sorry, may we continue?
Thank you, sure. Before I turn it over to my colleague, Kim Talapan, just to kind of round out the ASD's update into their update, where we're going next, essentially, if you look at the middle of the chart and we're looking at systems development, it's about aligning the business office and human resources functions. And you'll hear a little bit more about how we need to do that in the area of our benefits calculations and monitoring of those costs. From a budgetary function, we did update you this past year in this budget process cycle on the templates that we've used, on the chart of accounts that have been occurring, and on the reporting that we're implementing. So people are seeing real-time expenses that are aligned to accurate accounting codes. And then from a human resources perspective, we've been talking to you about position control, and Mrs. Talapan is going to share how close we are. We are in the final stages of verifying our AEA group, which is our largest group. And we are looking to be able to at least start to use that system, which we refer to as the XYZ plan, to get it up and running and off the ground and help it be a part of our budgeting process this year for an actual full implementation and roll for the upcoming school year. So we're excited about that. And I want to turn it over to Mrs. Talapan, and she's going to update you on that HR component.
Okay, first. All right.
Stop share.
Thank you.
And you should have access, Mrs. Talapan.
Okay. Jess, are you gonna?
Yep.
Okay. So first, I want to thank Mr. Parker and Ms. Ramos for having us here this evening and to share some celebrations. And that is our intent. We have been working on these projects for since January of 2019, and we have made some significant accomplishments, which have been shared at high level in the foundation slides that just occurred. Before we get started first we'll be sharing out on the human resources side, and then we're going to be moving to the business services side. I'd like to introduce the team from the IU that we have with us this evening. First, as a reminder, I am Kim Talapan. I am the assistant to the executive director with the IU. And we have Jess Connors with us this evening. Jess is a human resources analyst. She is truly the knowledge and the hands-on person behind the HR project and what we will be reviewing this evening. So I want to make sure we had introduced her. I am going to then turn it over to Mrs. Hauser, who I know you are familiar with, so she can do an introduction.
Self off mute. Good evening. I'm Tara Hauser. I'm the Director of Business Services for the IU. I'm here today with Stacy Stair. Stacy joined our team in June in the middle of the pandemic. And she is the new business administrator. So she is the project lead in district. So she is actually at the admin building every day.
Very good. Thank you. So as Mrs. Hauser did indicate, Jess also started with us the second week of the closure in March and was able to keep our project on task. First, I do want to just acknowledge the support and the leadership we've had from Ms. Ramos and from Mr. Pigeon from the human resources side. This project would not be at the state that it is in, a very positive status, without their support to ensure we had the information that we needed to keep the project moving. Yes. So we are in the home stretch for the human resources employee management project. And I will just give a brief overview of the project in general, and then we'll go through the celebrations and the achievements that we have to date. So in Allentown, when we came and began reviewing the HR systems, we determined, and Mr. Parker was very clear about this, that there was not a position control system. Allentown School District talked in the terms of people, not positions. And from a human resources systems perspective, as well as a budgetary perspective, speaking in the terms of positions is very important. And having the data, having the control of those positions so that decisions can be made to add positions, not for programmatic reasons, or to have to maybe place positions on hold due to budgetary reasons, just as an example. So as mentioned already, Skyward is the system that Allentown School District uses for its human resources data. It is its human resource information system. Skyward had within it a position control feature that had not been built to the greatest degree in the past. So in order for this project to build systems, meaning processes, forms, documentation, we first had to build the position control in Skyward. We refer to this as the XYZ plan, which has already been mentioned. So as Allentown continued to operate on a daily basis, behind the scenes, the IU team was building the position control simultaneously to ensure that the position data elements were accurate and up to date. This was a large undertaking. Allentown School District is a complex organization with various labor groups that have varying data terms that all needed to be tracked and confirmed. As of this summer, all of the labor groups, but for the teachers group, were completed, data verified, budgets data verified. A huge amount of work had gone into that endeavor. We actually saved the teachers group for last because we knew it would be the most complex group. As of today, we have the position control. When I say we, I want to make sure I'm clear. Jess has the position control built for the teachers and actually has individuals assigned to those positions. We are in the final vetting stages to ensure budget codes are accurate, that the principals, department heads agree that we have them, the teachers assigned to the right categories. And I'm using teachers as a catch-all phrase. There are other positions within that association, that labor group beyond teachers. So I want to make sure I'm clear with that. So it is the entire AEA group that we have probably like 90% completed. Behind the scenes, what was happening with each of those labor groups to build this position control is first we had to develop a structure that was formalized, set of rules. So each data element was defined. There was coding behind the scenes that was defined. This was not in place before. You could have the same position, but it could have been titled differently. So we first codified, built the structure behind the scenes. We worked with the HR department closely to ensure that we were aligning it with the collective bargaining agreements, titling wise, that we were not missing data elements that were important or valued for reporting purposes for Allentown. Once all of those position control templates, a template for each position, and there were a lot, were created, we then took that position and assigned it to an employee. So we were out of that process are able to tell how many positions exist, how many positions are filled, how many positions are vacant. We're able to tell Allentown how many positions they have. Once again, it may sound like a simple task, but in Allentown, that is a large undertaking and something that will be used heavily to inform budgets, human resources forecasting, staffing for programs. This process is continually being updated. Now that we have had it built on a monthly basis, we use the board agendas as well as information from the Human Resources Department to ensure that data is kept up to date. So it is live, it is accurate, and will be able to be relied on solely, we're hoping in the future, and we'll end with that tonight. One of the other pieces is we are running audits routinely, comparing it to data that exists in the Allentown system right now to ensure we find an anomaly, that we find it down to one data field. That's how in depth we're looking at it right now. One employee that's not matching right to a position, one position that's not matching right to a building. All of that is continually happening so that we will start fresh with a solid position control structure and system. Jess, I'm going to turn it over to Jess for the next few slides, and she's going to give you a deeper dive into what this means.
Okay, so how did we get to this point? In order to make sure all the data was correct, we began by working with human resources, department heads, and principals to gather and sort through the data that was in Skyward. The existing data in Skyward was a place to start, but we really wanted to dive deep and verify numerous components. We looked at the number of positions, the vacancies, the actual employee assignments at building level, and what the actual current duties were to ensure our positions reflected accurately. Having the correct data was just the first part of this project. We needed to come up with a structure and rule to keep the data organized for current and future use of Skyward. The position fields we have set up to be used are the same from position to position. Naming conventions, as Kim said, reflect the ASD language and terminology, and we created rules for each field that make up the position. For example, the grade to and grade from fields always reflects the building location. The supervisor field always reflects the evaluator of the position, and the group field always reflects the labor group. So those stay consistent from position to position. So we take a big look at the picture. After analyzing, researching, and creating a concrete data structure, we were able to piece together how many positions, not people, exist within the Allentown School District. With that said, looking at the screen, we were able to break down positions by labor group to give you a big picture look. And keep in mind, the Allentown Education Association isn't 100% completed. And that brings us to the position plan setup, and that is important. Today, Allentown functions between numerous position plans dictated by labor group and Skyward. By using the group field to reflect the labor group, we were able to place all the positions into one plan. And even though that detail seems so small, it's really quite important. It not only gives big picture looks into position counts and vacancies within the district, it also houses everything in one place. So the volume of employee movement between positions is more easily accessible and functionable. On our screen, we gave you a snapshot of what it looks like in Skyward, but you can see the position, the PIMS assignment, the building, the group, and the position count all there on one screen. So with that all said, we were able to put together a position summary report. This summary report is created monthly and it's distributed, and it showcases what the all-in-one plan can show us. We can see totals district-wide or go down to the building level detail. As you can see, we're showing a little piece from the July 2020 position summary report of head custodian. We can see there's 24 total positions district-wide and 23 were filled. But if we wanted to go down to the location, we could see Deeriff had one head custodian that is filled. We can see where the vacancy exists. all in one quick snapshot. An additional challenge we faced was the rollover. A rollover is the moving of position data and assignments from one school year to the next. We partnered with Allentown to learn their rollover process and steps, but we also partnered with Skyward to learn and understand how the system itself processes the rollover of data. With that said, we were able to complete the rollover of the XYZ plan in July. It showed us a few things on how data moves through the process. One, we were able to determine the all-in-one unique structure can function through a rollover, which is good news. And we also learned there were some data hiccups that not only we experienced, but Allentown did as well as part of their rollover. We were able to research the issue, solve it, and we will be providing recommendations to avoid these data hiccups moving forward. Kim?
As mentioned, we first had to start with building the structure. Once we have structure in place, we then can build the full system, which will include process and forms. So one of the first key processes that we need to address once we establish our position control is a position management process. And this is a paradigm shift for Allentown. We need to start making sure that at all levels, everyone understands that we will be creating positions, we will be putting positions on hold, we will be opening positions. So the position management process will include a workflow that will include the requesting party, maybe a principal, a department head, the HR department, grants, and the business office. Because another key aspect in Allentown is to ensure that that position has the correct budget code assigned to it, which requires all these departments to work in tandem. The process that we'll be putting together will include accountability as well as collaboration and a form with the documented procedure. To give you a glimpse of what that's going to look like, and I will say, as I said before, this slide gets a little busy, but it's important to give you a glimpse how it will work in tandem. On the left is an electronic form that is already created. It is a position management form. This form, which may ultimately be electronic, fully electronic in a workflow, but at this point is a electronic fillable form that includes drop downs so that individuals, the requesting party, when they are creating or requesting to create a new position, when they are requesting to post an existing position, this is all about position, not people, when they are requesting to have a position placed on hold, this form will need to be completed. Why the drop downs are so important is for that validity piece and that how we have codified the data. So we will not have different names for buildings. We will not have different titles. There's a drop down that must be selected from, which will tie directly back to our position control in Skyward. On the right-hand side, you have the position management process. This will be the process that will have to be followed by stakeholders that are involved. We will be reviewing that. We will be training on it. And on the right-hand side, we also will be providing a workflow, a diagram of a workflow. So big picture, everyone will know, when I say everyone, the stakeholders, the departments that are involved in this particular process, what that workflow looks like. The next step that we will be addressing, we're going to finish our position control. Teachers done, we're going to vet all that data, get our position management process in place, and then we will be rolling out the recommendation for hire. We have the position established. Now we move to the people part. So once again, we are going to have an inclusive workflow that will start with a requesting party to hire, that will involve the HR department, the grants, and the business office to ensure that we have budget codes correct. We will have a departmental accountability and collaboration, as well as a documented process and form. To give you a glimpse of that, you see the same trend. So there will be consistency along with sustainability, but along with a system that will have to evolve as things change in Allentown. So on the left, you will see a form that right now aligns with Skyward for the employment side. When you hire, all the the data fields that are needed, drop down driven, so there can't be changes to titles, codified. And on the right-hand side is the process written with a workflow. We will be, once again, training, providing documentation to those stakeholders that are involved in the process.
In addition to data structures and procedures, reporting is also an important function of our project. It not only verifies accuracy of our data, but keeps a continued collaboration between the project and the Allentown. The supervisor report delivers monthly, and the building report will be able to keep principals up to date on who is in their buildings. The position summary report, as you saw on the earlier slide, allows us to view vacancies and gives us the opportunity to discuss any discrepancies that may need reconciliation. Lastly, there were some labor groups where Skyward could not hold all of the details of the positions. For this, we created tracking sheets for the paraprofessionals and food service to give them that extra level of detail they would need when looking at their positions.
So what's left and where do we stand? So first, we are going to be completing the teachers group. We are specifically looking at how we handle extra pay, do extra pay for extra duty and stipends. We are in the process of making sure that we have all the budget codes correct. So that is our immediate to do, and we believe we will have that accomplished in short order. We then will continue to implement our collaborative processes and forms, which we gave you a glimpse, and that is going to happen quickly, even almost simultaneously as we bring the teachers group to a close. We will then be finalizing and implementing our training documents in our plan. We will then continue to analyze and with the data, partnering with the HR and other directors of departments to ensure our data stays accurate. As changes occur in Allentown, as new grants may be obtained, we have to be sure that we stay on top of that to keep our data structure up to date. We will continue to keep the XYZ plan up to date on a monthly basis based on the personnel data that occurs at the board meetings, as well as information that we learn through the HR department. Our goal is to have the XYZ plan be live for 21-22. So for the remainder of this year, we will keep the XYZ plan working simultaneously with Allentown using its current plan. The goal would be then our XYZ plan is ready to go, up to date, to be live, and the only plan used on July 1st of 2021. However, our job is not done yet as far as data. We have mentioned this throughout our project, but we recognize that every record in the HRS system within Skyward does need to be scrubbed. We first started off with position control to get that established. Once that is solidified, trained on, processes in place, and we even have our new hiring process in place, the next piece will be to do further data scrubs within the system, employee profiles to be sure that we have accurate information on every tab, I'll use a big term, of Skyward. And that will be our next big deep dive into the Skyward system. I believe that ends our review. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to also acknowledge all of the training that you've done with various related staff over the course of this time. None of this has happened in a vacuum. There has been, maybe Tara might want to share a little bit about that. I don't know.
Yeah, we're actually going to touch on that in the finance presentation.
Yes.
Okay. In the finance presentation,
which will be, Tara is going to move into the finance celebrations of all that's been accomplished on the project.
Okay, so these questions were just on what we just saw. Okay, does anyone have any questions? I don't see any hands. Okay, so I think we're good to move forward.
I'm just moving people out of the way so I can see my notes. So just to reiterate, I'm Tara Hauser. I'm the Director of Business Services. We started, I just want to extend my thanks as well to the team at ASD and the administration for their help and support during this project. I have with me tonight Stacy Stair, who's the new project business administrator and our point person on the ground in the district. Tonight, I'm going to do a quick recap of 1819 and 1920. Stacy will update you on what's been completed so far in the 2020-2021 school year. I apologize. And our objectives for the rest of the year. Just to give you a little information on who our team is in the district. And then I'll open it up for questions if you have anything. As you'll remember, the IU began our work with interviews and assessments in the fall of 18. And they began the search for a team to put on the ground in ASD. During this time, the IU reviewed the Skyward audit, the financial information for the curriculum audit, and the traditional financial audits to establish a scope of work for the project. I was brought on board in February of 19. My first project was to work on creating a process and getting correct and up-to-date numbers in the monthly reporting of budget status. That is the official name of the column 6 report. Column 6 is the column of that monthly budget status report that has the projection in it.
Just say column 6.
Okay. So that's what it is. In tandem with that, we started looking at all the different account codes. Pennsylvania's Department of Education has a specific codification of accounting codes that all school districts, charter schools, and anybody that NIUs have to use to report our information into the state. So we started looking at how Allentown School District was using that chart of accounts and bringing it back in line. In addition, we assisted with the 1920 budget preparation, created an evergreen budget process that will be reused from year to year. And beginning in July of 2019, we actually, I kind of moved into an assisting the business office, getting their day-to-day operations taken care of we had one person retire and another person go out on leave. So at that time, projects worked kind of slowed a little bit, but it did not stop. We kept going and kept the day-to-day operations rolling along as well. Specifically, I'm just going to touch on this quick because we talked about it earlier. The column 6 report the intention was to look at where you are year to date, what your budget was, and where you think you're going to be at the end of the year. So you can start to recognize on a month-to-month basis if there are stress points in your budget, if there are problems with revenues, if there are problems with expenses, if you need to cut back someplace or move things around. That is the intention of a projection. You start with your budget, and then as the year progresses and things change, you have to reproject towards the end of the year. Column 6 is intended to do that, to tell and share with the board on a monthly basis where you are now. Not where you thought you were going to be, not where you want to be, but where you are and what your situation is now. And we got that process together. The procedure document is in draft form. Josephine, the Director of Finance, and I sat down this past month and walked through the steps. It really, you really can't do much projecting before the end of the first quarter. So you'll probably see that first report somewhere in the October timeframe after September is closed. But hopefully your business office will be able to take over that role this year, and the IU can actually step out of that procedure. The account code review, these are all of the pieces of the account code. As you can tell, it's a very long string. In 1920 school year, we worked on replacing incorrect object codes, which is that third section in. That tells you what you spent it on. The function code is kind of where you spent it, like what department, what type of educational instruction, and the object code tells you what it is, if it was salaries, if it was supplies, and there are very specific ways that you're supposed to account for those. Allentown was kind of using them and kind of not, so we brought everything in line over the course of 1920 for the object codes. And we changed, there was one major function that we changed as well, that was regular instructions. We got that working as well. Just to give you a perspective, there are over 10,000 account codes in the Skyward system for the Allentown School District. So we are literally going through almost 10,000 of these combinations, making sure that they're correct, and working through stuff that way. Budget prep for 1920. During last school year, despite the lack of a business manager in the district, we continued to assist ASD, updating their budget process, adjusting the evergreen budget template to allow for all of these different things. We created a flexible budgeting forecast model that was live and we could change as we needed to. The model we built in such a way that you could pivot to create the reports that you need to upload directly into PDE's system to show them your budget, which is the PDE 2028. And we were able to break and create templates to break things into pieces for buildings and departments and different grants. All of that was then uploaded, and Skyward's budget matched the state budget, I want to say on our second try. There was a couple of account numbers that we had to tweak, but that was pretty good progress to get a $350 million budget uploaded on one try. The budget process document that I discussed was created throughout the summer of 2019 and continues to be updated. You will probably be seeing that in October or November for the 21-22 school year, and having how that document layers in all of the regulatory dates that you have to meet PDE's deadlines, as well as what each of those steps and by whom in the district those steps need to be completed so you can get your budget done in a timely fashion. And with that, I will turn it over to Stacy Stair, who will talk about what we've done this summer so far and where we're going in the school year. Stacy.
Thank you, Ms. Hauser. And I want to thank the AST team for all the work that they've helped me with over the last 3 months. One of the first things that I was assigned to do when I came on board was to create a project timeline for the finance department so that we could keep a good grasp of what is part of the scope, needs to be done, and then what we've done and how we're processing on it. This is a living document. It's updated on a monthly basis, and we have weekly updates that will align us, that aligns up with this document, and that we send out each week to the ASD team and to the IU team as well. We have verified all personnel codes for accuracy and that they are in accordance with PDE. We have created a training, and I actually have presented a training and held a training for the PDE account codes, and to explain how it works, why it's important. And it was about a 2-hour training that was attended by our business office staff, by the food service staff, the HR staff, and grants. I have received a lot of positive feedback on it. People were very receptive of it, and a lot of them were well pleased and said, this is something that I needed. I needed a refresher, or I'm new and I just started and I had no idea what these codes meant. Another thing that I've started working on, and I have finished with the elementary side, is bringing all student activity accounts into compliance with the Gatsby 84 regulation that went into effect for the 1920 school year. We've created new funds for each of the middle schools. We've created the account codes that go along with it. We've also established additional account codes in the high schools that are reflective of the clubs and activities. And it will help the club advisors and the principals know where their funds are and where they stand with everything. One of the other things along with the student activities was that each of the schools housed their student activity accounts within the buildings, and Gatsby requires that they be held within the central office. And so we have worked with the principals to bring all of those in-house to the business office. And it is in accordance with with internal control procedures as well. I have begun work on a benefit allocation procedure. Tara, do you want to elaborate, or you want me to elaborate?
I can explain real quick. So
Okay.
historically, Allentown School District had put all of their benefits cost in the business office. So the bills would come in for medical insurance premiums and we would pay them out of the business office. And at the end of the year, we would take those costs and spread them out to all the departments at year's end. But that doesn't help you during the course of the year know where you are in the way of how much money you've spent on salaries for a particular grant or in a particular department or at a particular school. So what we have been working on is a monthly process that will take that $3 million or so bill and blow it out to all of the departments every month. So you can run an end of the month report at any time during the year and know that all of your salaries and all of your benefits are housed in the correct department, grant, location, and you can get a clearer idea of what those expenses are. It's even more critically important for the grants because on a quarterly basis, you have to report all of your expenses to the state. Just as it's like a cash flow document to keep the state aware of how you're spending down your grant. Totally normal procedure. But before there was a lot of manual work to try to get the benefits into those reports. By allocating them on a monthly basis, it'll be a one-stop shop. You'll be able to run the report right out of the system, upload it right to PDE, and it'll be an easier process every month.
Okay, our objectives for the remainder of the year, we continue to focus on the budget timeline and preparation for the 21-22 school year. This continued focus includes documentation of each step of the process. We will continue to work in the student activity area. We will provide advisor training as well as a monthly reconciliation process so that they will know they can take what they have and compare to what we have. And if there's any discrepancies, then we can get together and work out where it's off at. And usually it's something they either failed to give us the deposit or they failed to tell us about an expense that they had and they recorded, but they never actually put the purchase order in for. We're starting to review the revenue accounts. Actually, I've already completed a process for that. And in that, we have updated all of Allentown's revenue codes and brought them into compliance with the PDE chart of accounts. And in that process, we learned that we could actually merge the old codes with the new codes so that all history could be maintained. And that is a big plus because now you can just go into that new code and you can run your history reports and get all your information under the correct code. Another process that was completed over the summer was a process for the cash receipts. Seeing as Skyward doesn't have the accounts receivable modules, we created and trained the accounts receivable person on how to document and track all of the revenues that are coming in. And we are also in the process of developing expense reports for payroll and for grants to review to make sure everything is, that all the people that should be located in a grant are in a grant. All people who should if there's someone in a grant that shouldn't be allocated that grant, we can correct it and get it out before it's in there and forgotten about. And we're going to continue working on documenting all the business office functions. And last but not least, we're going to start a review on the food service area. We're going to look at what their processes are and try to streamline them and bring them in line with what is being done in the business office so that they all run smoothly and are aligned.
Great. And lastly, I just want to give the board an update on who makes up your team on the finance side in district. So as I mentioned, Stacy is the project administrator, is the business administrator running the project in district. Stacy holds a bachelor's in accounting. She has an MBA and she has several years of school experience as well as industry experience. Dawn Nickisher is also a former assistant business manager, has a BS in business and economics and a master's in school business leadership. She also has several years of school business experience and industry experience. And lastly, Tina Champ will be joining our team pending board approval on the 21st of September. She will be a budget analyst. She is also a former assistant business manager with a bachelor's in accounting, and she's in process on her school business leadership degree. We wanted to make sure that we provided ASD a team that had lots of school business experience, so we could take best practices from multiple places and merge them into ASD's processes and for the best benefit for the project. And that is really it at 10:17 at night.
I'll just, if I can just close for questions. We, established both the HR and the finance side. Want to just once again express the importance that the success and the accomplishments do come from the support of Allentown's leadership team, as well as departments, whether that be human resources, grants, business office, the principals. It truly has, they've welcomed and worked very collaboratively with us.
Are there any questions? Okay, I don't see any hands raised. So, but yes, I do see a hand raised. Mr. Thiel.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Watts. I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank the IU and the team. This has been a long time in coming since, I've been on the board since December 2013, and getting these things in order is a big lift, and getting these processes and systems in place is really critical to having a fully functioning organization so we can serve not only our staff, but our students and our community. And I just want to again say thank you. We're making great progress and great movement towards a fully functioning organization from the business office and HR. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Well, thank you so much for taking time out, as you said, after the 10 o'clock at night. That's what happens here at times. But thank you so much for being present and speaking for yourself as to what you're doing and the work that's being accomplished. And also thank you for how you have shown each and every individual the different needs, meeting the different needs that people have in terms of understanding why this, why that, and how does it fit in. My understanding is you've been doing presentations throughout the different departments, and so thank you. So I think this was just a discussion, so we can move on to the next point, which would be the discussion of stipulation of councils. Ms. Case, I will defer to you as to whether you want to present it as 3 together or 3 individually, unless my colleagues have a concern about which way they want to go.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Johnson-Watts. I see we have our first stipulation of council up, the first memo. This is in regard to the Nicholas Park Mall that was taxpayer-initiated appeal. For the board's consideration in reference to the Nicholas Park Mall, the premises located at 3152 Lehigh Street, City of Allentown, Lehigh County. The mall is comprised of 9 parcels, 7 of which are in Salisbury School District and 2 of which are in Allentown School District. Both parcels in the Allentown School District were appealed. Initially, the entire property was assessed at $24 million, with the parcels in ASD having a combined value of $3,463,200, or approximately 14.43% of the whole. On October 31st, 2019, following a hearing before the Board of Assessment Appeals, the assessed value of the 2 parcels remained unchanged. The board's decision was appealed to the Court of Common Pleas. Based off the risks associated with trial and additional litigation, as well as the probability of securing a substantively different outcome at trial, the parties have reached a tentative settlement to reduce the entire property's value to $18,500,000 and the property's assessed value to $16,438,500. Specific to ASD, the two parcels will be reduced to approximately $2,669,550 with an assessed value of $2,250,400. This maintains the prior ratio of 14.43% to ASD. The current offer will decrease the tax liability of the property owner by approximately $25,000 a year. This cost, it's not applicable as far as the current budget. This request was discussed at the Finance Co-Chair meeting on September 2nd. I recommend this item to be considered as an action item for the regular board meeting on September 24th, 2020.
I don't see any hands raised, so I don't believe that there are any questions. Is everyone okay if we just go on to the next and then vote on them together? Do we need a motion? Or are we okay?
I think we're okay.
Thank you. So go ahead, Ms. Case. Thank you.
Okay, great. This is for the property located at 142 North 7th Street, which was a school district initiated appeal. For the board's consideration in reference to 142 North 7th Street, LLC, the owner of the premises located at 142 North 7th Street, City of Allentown, Lehigh County. Initially, the property was assessed at $474,600 with an implied market value in IMV of $565,000. On October 31st, 2019, following a hearing before the Board of Assessment Appeals, an assessed value remained unchanged at $474,600. The board's decision was appealed to the Court of Common Pleas. Based off the risks associated with trial and additional litigation, as well as the probability of securing a substantively different outcome at trial, the parties have reached a tentative settlement to increase the property's fair market value to $825,000 and the property's assessed value to $695,745. The current offer will increase the tax liability of the property owner by approximately $4,600 per year. This cost is not applicable to the current budget. The request was discussed at the Finance Co-Chair meeting on September 2nd, and I recommend this item to be considered as an action item at the regular board meeting on September 24th, 2020. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Yes, are there any questions? I don't see any hands raised, so I think we're okay to go to the next.
Okay. This memo is in regard to 1521 Julian LLC, a school district initiated appeal. For the board's consideration in reference to 1521 Julian LLC, owner of the premises located at 1521 West Union Street, City of Allentown, Lehigh County. Initially, the property was assessed at $806,800 with an implied market value, IMV, of $940,476. On October 31st, 2019, following a hearing before the Board of Assessment Appeals, the assessed value remained unchanged at $806,800. The board's decision was appealed to the Court of Common Pleas. Based off the risks associated with trial and additional litigation, as well as the probability of securing a substantively different outcome at trial, the parties have reached a tentative settlement to increase the property's fair market value to $1,200,000 and the property's assessed value to $1,011,600. The current offer will increase the tax liability of the property owner by approximately $4,250 per year. This is not applicable to the current budget. This request was discussed at the Finance Co-Chair meeting on September 2nd. I recommend that this item be considered as an action item at the regular board meeting on September 24th, 2020.
Do we have any questions on this one? Okay, I do not see any hands raised. So is there a motion for the movement of all three stipulations of council to go forward to the regular monthly board meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, that was moved by Mr. Seal and second by
Mrs. Wilt.
Yes. Okay. So, Josephine, we're going to see the monthly report of budget status in our regular monthly board meeting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we're getting more insights each day as we go as to how that form is going to be pulled together. So thank you so much for all that you're doing. So I believe that concludes everything on the agenda items. I'm going to hand over the rest of this meeting to my colleague, Nicholas
There's
Miller.
another item. Mrs. Johnson-Watts, I think
is
there might be another item.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Nope, that's okay.
Ms. Saylor. This is one of the most important items. It is groundbreaking. It is a late night, and my apologies for flipping the page and seeing Josephine's name again and just moving that forward. Talk to us about this. This is, if I'm not mistaken, this is a first, yes?
It is actually, it is a renewal.
Oh, great.
Yes. So good evening. Requesting the board's approval to renew the district's agreement with the Lancaster Lebanon IU13 for Microsoft enrollment for education services. This request is for the authorization to renew the district's agreement with the Intermediate Unit 13 for the purchase of Microsoft EES services. Enrollment for Education Solutions provides support for all Microsoft software platforms used district-wide. The district's partnership with IU13 helps to ensure that the most effective pricing solution is made to service all Allentown School District employees. These licenses help staff members facilitate learning across multiple technology mediums and provide a cross-functional point of reference and access directly tied to the district's goal of fostering anytime, anywhere learning. The software products support the district's hybrid learning model, and content created using the products within the Microsoft suite are transferable to other platforms such as the Google G Suite. The total cost is $127,656.75. The source of funds is the Allentown School District Information Technology budget. This request was discussed at the Finance Co-Chair meeting on September 2nd. I recommend this item be considered as an action item at the regular board meeting on September 24th, 2020. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Ms. Saylor? Okay, I do not see, let me just scroll one more time. I do not see any hands raised. So with that being said, is there someone that moves for this to be approved in our regular meeting? That's Mr. Thiel.
Second.
Second, Ms. Matheson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now, without further ado, Mr. Miller, it's you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson-Watts. Do I have any comments from the public on non-agenda items? Seeing none. Do I have any old business?
Yes. Since we don't have building, I wanted to bring up the motion that I brought up 2 weeks ago about the RBI program, and that stands for Reviving Baseball in Inner Cities. The RBI program, in a nutshell, because it's very late, is that it is bringing our 8th and 9th graders up through the system to feed into our varsity baseball. That's what it is. It is not a sanctioned PIAA, but it is something that's done only by our Allentown School District coaches, which is Coach Rob for Building 21, Allen High, and Deerup High School. We have gotten so many grants from this IBI program because it's involved with the Major League. $116,000 was committed to us. 50,000 of that went to the Scott's Lawn from the Scott's Lawn Company to do our fields. We have purchased with the RBI program. They have purchased new uniforms. They have purchased a skin infield tarp to protect the JVC field, which is $3,600. Purchased new roll out batting cages, which was $4,300. Purchased 8 tons of infield container for the JVC and Union Terrace fields at $3,200, and purchased a shed at $500. And then the maintenance is that they continue to do for Union Terrace and JVC is unknown because they're constantly doing that. So and the field house that was done by the William Allen Construction Company, as well as the MLB at $35,000. So these are the things that have been going. We've been able to purchase new uniforms because of that. We have been able to, the kids have gotten, we started out with old, worn, and dingy set uniforms with only enough jerseys to fit 15 players. For varsity, now we have 3 sets of jerseys and tackle twill leather in each set of 30 properly accommodate varying player sizes, plus for coaches. They also have gotten new helmets for our school, for our kids. We had old ones. Now because of, with the concussions, we got better helmets, all because of that RBI program for our students. So that's why I'm asking for us to allow them to play, even though it's not PIAA, but it is our feeder system into that. And it also pays for a lot that ASD does not have to pay for because they get grants because of that program. I wish that would have been brought up by, by Mr. Falco, because that would have stopped me from having, but I ended up doing the research to make sure I knew what I was talking about and to make sure our students don't stop being able to play because, of this, what's going on. But these are our 9th graders and some of our 8th graders who are now feeding up to our varsity baseball. So I'm asking our school board to allow them to continue to play and to continue to maintain the field at J. Burton Crum and Union Terrace.
So, Mr. Parker, so is this one of the contracted organizations that we work with? And do we need a motion from Phoebe to kind of confirm that?
So in the review of policy, there is only one organization in policy that we're kind of duty bound to allow use of outside facilities. And we have a number of other organizations that we partner with every year, and this is one that I will absolutely attest to is great and spectacular in terms of partnership and support. However, we do have a number of organizations that utilize ASD facilities and have requested to use ASD facilities. And now that the city has closed their facilities, we have even more organizations that are requesting to use ASD facilities. And, these are Allentown kids that we love to support. So I think the board does need to kind of either set a rule or direct the administration to set a rule, or however you'd like to approach it, whether it's this organization and none other, or if you're going to be inclusive of all external organizations in terms of requests to determine who gets to utilize outside facilities.
But this organization paid $116,000 to us. They made sure our fields are maintained. Without them, we can't maintain our field. We can't maintain J. Bernie Crump and Union Terrace without them. None of the other ones are giving what they're giving.
So again, it is the board's full discretion to determine which organizations are going to have access. As it stands right now, we just limited access to all outside organizations once COVID happened back in March, and we've not allowed outside organizations to use facilities at all. to limit exposure, et cetera. In kind of following the decision that the city made to do the same thing earlier. I think that I may have been April when that decision was made. So it is within the board's full discretion. My only inclusion here would be also considering, is it just this organization or are we considering other organizations? Either way is fine. And then also considering the amount of field spacing usage for high schools and the consideration of middle school sports coming up as well. So just take those other concerns into advisement, but ultimately the board can make the decision however it sees fit, and we can engage.
And Mr. Parker, so when you provided that update, was that the final update for when the policy review and your recommendation, or were you still in the process of that?
So our kind of recommendation was to limit usage to all outside facilities, pending kind of a further review and discernment of, what organizations and how, especially knowing that the middle school decision on sports hasn't yet been made, and there's, going to be some field usage concerns there as well when you start including middle school athletes into the equation of the number of kids that are utilizing fields. The recommendation was to just hold all outside organizations pending further review. But again, it is the board's discretion.
So go ahead, Phoebe.
I'm asking the board to look at them, because now this coach just put out $300 just for more seed just this week for J. Bernie Crump. They are putting the money out. Without them, we don't have those fields. We don't have it. We don't got the money, and they are providing the money. They're getting the grant. They're writing the grant for it. So, and these are our ninth grade kids.
So,
I wouldn't stand here and argue this if I didn't think this was for our children's advantage. This is what they are doing. They have put out the money. They have gotten us the grant. So they're paying for this and not being able to play on the field? That's wrong. Nobody else is paying that kind of money to be on our field, to even maintain our field, to give us a field. So I'm asking my board to really consider that.
And Mr. Parker, do you think it's realistic that further review would be completed before this month's board meeting, or is that ongoing based on the fluid situation?
Yeah, I mean, we can operate on whatever timeline directed by the board. If you want some feedback between now and the next board meeting, we can absolutely make that happen. Ms. Ramos and Mr. Falco have already collected a number of organizations that have made requests for this year. Currently, we can finalize that, as well as we can project based on last year's numbers, because some requests are just seasonal. So some requests for usage won't come in until later in the year based on the season of the sport. So we can kind of project what some of those requests are going to be and get that information back as well.
So my board, you have to
go ahead, Phoebe.
They're paid, they are continuing to maintain. So they don't get to play on it, but they continue to have to pay for it. They continue to have to get the grant, but those kids can't play on it, even though they're the ones maintaining it. That's not fair.
Phoebe, Ms. Harris, do you want to make a motion, or are you making a recommendation?
I would like yes, I would like to make the motion that we continue to let the RBI program, the ninth graders, Coach Rob, continue to maintain that field and play on those fields.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion. I have questions for discussion though, but I'll second that motion.
Okay. So go ahead with the discussion.
Do we know what dates they're looking at in terms of actual use?
Right now, that's the fall ball. That's the same time that what's going on with the fall sports. And no one else is using that. You know, they work together in conjunction with the school, because that is the school. That is Coach Rob is a teacher at Allen. He is the coach for one of the coaches for Allen.
So have there been any delays in their activity as a result of us making this decision?
Yes.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out, like what their schedule is for play, and what timing do we have in terms of the next board meeting being sufficient time? I don't know.
It's not fair. They're not playing when other schools, when other places that they play against are playing, are practicing right now. They need to practice. They need to condition themselves. They were going along with that, and then we stopped them from being on the field.
Because I feel that no organization should assume that they were at the district previous year. They should definitely look at this as a totally different year and make their interest known. But I do believe that this group has made their interest known, even with all of the contributions that they've made outside of actual play. So I'm of the mind that we just look at all of these on a case-by-case basis, and also keeping in mind first come, first serve on the ones that are approved, because scheduling wise, once we commit schedule wise to one thing, it may interfere with other things. So I think we also need to be clear, as Mr. Parker said, he's going to come back to us on that, as to what other things are already being scheduled as a result of our regular team activities.
But with that is part of the ASD schedule. They don't do anything different from what it's already been established in ASD.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's a number of organizations that have already requested, and that's why I don't feel comfortable until the administration has completed that and provided that. And I mean, personally, I would wanted that to be completed before the board meeting, so we had that. We could make a kind of first round of decision on first group of organizations, or however it plays out. That's just my thought. But any other thought? Go ahead, Phoebe.
I feel comfortable not letting them play when they made sure that we have a field.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Actually comes in, nobody else has done that. No one else has applied for those grants. No one else has made sure we had those grants. None of these things, none of it. We have a partnership with with MLB because of RBI. That's reviving baseball for inner city. We are getting our kids. We are keeping those kids safe. We're getting them off the street. We're doing what we need to do as a school district. These coaches are not just, like you said before, with the PIAA. These coaches are not just coaches. They are father figures. They are making sure our kids get what they need and expand. They can expand themselves. So I can't. I'm sorry. I can't let y'all go. I need y'all to vote with this, because this is things that they have done for us that nobody else has done. Nobody. And it's a part of ASD. It's our students who are participating only. And I am Allentown only. Allentown strong. That's how I feel. I don't care about nobody else's district. I care about mine.
Okay. Any other discussion? I don't see any other hands up. Okay. Hearing none and seeing none. I'm going to call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All against?
Aye.
Huh? Aye.
Aye. They want a roll call.
Yeah, that's a roll call. Yeah. So, Madam Secretary, can we have a roll call?
Yes. Miss Matheson.
No.
Miss Vega. No. Mr. Miller,
No.
Mr. Theo,
No.
Mrs. Brace,
I'm going to abstain. I had to leave the meeting for a little bit and was not in for the entire discussion on this.
Mrs. Conover, Mrs. Conover,
She may not be back in either. She had some issues and was popping in and out.
Mrs. Johnson Watts,
Yes.
Mrs. Wilt,
No.
Miss Harris.
Yes.
So we have 2-6 fails. The motion fails.
I'm not letting this go, y'all. I'm letting you know. I'm not letting this go. They are not going to not play on that field, but they paid for.
Mr. Parker, Parker, I'd request that if we could have the continued evaluation before the next board meeting. So if this comes up again, which I'm sure it will, we have more information.
I will, I'm looking at the calendar now. I will put the pressure on Ms. Ramos and Mr. Falco to get that information back to you within a week's time, so that there's plenty of time before the next week.
Okay.
May I interject? I didn't raise my hand. I know it comes back to policy because it is written into policy. Can I make a motion that you present to the policy committee so that we can understand what the policy is on rentals and how existing in COVID impacts that with the volume of people that actually come to us to rent, to ask for rental? Because I just want to be on record. My no was because I would like more information. So do I need to make a motion for you to present to us at a special policy meeting regarding this issue?
Nancy?
Yes.
Is that you? Nancy, is that you?
Yes.
Can you just move to refer to committee?
Okay, I move to refer this to committee.
Okay,
Policy.
do we need a vote on that or not?
Yes, and I'll second it.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
Okay, motion moves to committee. Any other business for old business? Any new business? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I second.
Mrs. Johnson Watts, seconded by Mrs. Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Aye.
Night, folks. Night.